Hey guys, tonight we travel far across sand and time to the shimmering banks of the Nile. You're not in the modern world anymore. The air smells of sun-baked mud and fresh river reed. The sky above is cloudless wide, impossibly blue. You squint towards the horizon, where a pale triangle rises from the earth like a mirage, unfinished but already massive. The Great Pyramid of Giza, not yet a wonder of the world, not yet ancient, just a work site, a dream, a job. You've arrived in Memphis, the bustling capital of the Old Kingdom. You're just another able-bodied worker stepping off a transport boat hired for the season's labor. Behind you, the Nile curls like a sleeping serpent, its waters brown and strong. In front of you, dust shouting over seers, and a faint shimmer from white limestone blocks, stacked higher than anything you've ever seen. You're given a rough linen tunic, a head wrap, and a chipped cup made of clay. One of the foremen arms, like ropes, voice like gravel, motions you toward a group of laborers. You're late, he says, though clearly everyone here just got off the same boat. You're not a slave. Let's get that straight. Contrary to what Hollywood suggests, most pyramid workers are free citizens, paid in food, beer, and shelter. You were recruited from your village upriver, where the Nile floods have receded for the season, and there's little farm work. Here, your muscles earn you more than grain. They earn you a place in history. Though, of course, no one puts it quite that dramatically around here. Your assigned crew lives in a nearby labor camp. Neatly arranged mud brick houses, 24 people per dwelling. Not exactly luxury, but you've got a sleeping mat, cooked lentils, and your own wooden spoon. You'll take it. As evening falls, the desert cools. You sit with your team, cooks, masons, haulers, copper tool sharpeners, and share bowls of stew flavored with coriander. Someone passes around a jug of barley beer. It's thick, a little sour, but it washes down the dust. An older worker beside you, toothless and sun-darkened, tells you a story, how the pharaoh once dreamed of a staircase to the gods, that the gods themselves gave him the shape of the pyramid. The stars, he whispers, they told him where to build. You nod politely. But in the distance, the half-finished pyramid stands like a stone mountain, and you can't help but wonder how such a thing is even possible. It looks both natural and impossible, like someone carved the desert sky itself. The next morning, before Ra climbs over the horizon, you're already marching toward the site. The Giza Plateau is a humming hive of activity. You pass teams dragging sleds laden with stone, others shoveling wet sand to help ease the journey. Farther up, ramps snake their way around the growing monument like giant stone tongues. You're not sure where you'll be placed yet. Maybe on the transport team, maybe at the quarry, maybe smoothing casing stones until your arms go numb. One thing's certain. This is engineering on a scale you didn't know humans could do. Your feet crunch on gravel and gypsum. A young scribe rushes past, reed pen in hand, shouting measurements and checking stone inventories on a waxed board. You overhear another worker groan. 300 blocks left today, and I only get one date for lunch. Classic. Then there it is, your first full view of the pyramid's base. Up close, the thing swallows the horizon. The base alone stretches over 230 meters per side. A level square so perfect that later mathematicians will still scratch their heads. You're told that it will eventually rise to nearly 150 meters. But that's hard to believe. It already looks like the top should scrape the moon. You reach out and touch a stone block, cool, chalky, immense. Each weighs over the 2 tons. But somehow, men no bigger than you move them every day. You wonder if your bones will last through the season. That night, you fall asleep sore and sunburned. But as the wind whistles gently over the camp, you feel something else, a strange pride. You're part of something colossal, something designed not for kings, but for eternity. Later, as stars prick the sky, you notice Orion's belt rising. Someone mutters that the pyramid will line up with it exactly. You shrug, skeptical, but deep down, part of you hopes it's true. That the stars, the stone, and your own 2 hands might all fit together in some great design. Historians still argue whether the workers truly understood the full scope of the project, or if they simply moved stones one by one, trusting the vision of people they never met. But here you are at the very beginning, and already you feel something shift. Maybe it's just the sand in your sandals, or maybe it's the first tremor of history waking up beneath your feet. The sun isn't even over the ridge of the limestone cliffs when you're woken by the call of the foreman. Up bread's hot beers warm, and stone waits for no one. You groan, stretch and fumble for your sandals. Your back aches, like you spent the night wrestling crocodiles, which, come to think of it, may be preferable to what today holds. After a quick meal, flat barley bread, a smear of date paste, and a ceramic cup of thick beer that somehow tastes better than it smells, you're back on the path to the site. The Giza Plateau glows faintly pink in the early light. The pyramid itself casts a shadow long enough to hide a fleet of barges. Today you're being assigned to the laborers' village at the southern edge of the site, where you'll join the men who haul, sort, and stack the limestone blocks, the literal muscle of the monument. As you approach the clatter of wooden sleds, the barked orders of overseers, and the rhythmic grunt of hundreds of workers fills the air. Dust rises like incense. Sweat smells like ritual. Your crew leader is a sun-creased man named Hapu. He has one good eye, no patience, and a bellow that could break stone. "This isn't a tomb," he says. "It's a legacy. Get your hands under it." You're paired with a team of haulers, and you're quickly taught the basic rhythm. 6 men to a rope, one at the front, shouting cadence, and others guiding the sled runners with water to reduce friction. Wet sand dry bones. Someone mutters a saying that makes no sense until your shoulders nearly dislocate trying to move a sled across dry grit. As you drag block after block, you begin to notice things. Each team wears different colored cloth bands, probably for easy organization. Red for haulers, blue for masons, green for quarry runners. The operation is massive, yes, but it's also highly organized, like a human body, where each limb knows its place. In breaks between hauls, you sit with your crewmates in shaded lean-tos. They talk about home, the flood season, the latest gossip about a priest who tripped into a canal. You listen more than talk. You're still new, still sore, still figuring out how you ended up in the greatest construction site on Earth. You learn about the division of labor. Some crews ferry water, others fetch copper tools for sharpening, some maintain ramps, and others, mostly younger lads, chase off the occasional baboon that wanders too close to the food stores. And yes, baboon patrol is apparently a real job. You make a mental note to be grateful you're not assigned to it. One older worker, Nishi, tells you something as you catch your breath by the stone pile. They say the pyramid will make the pharaoh a star, that it connects him to the heavens. You believe that. You shrug. You believe your palms are bleeding through the linen wraps, that your spine is turning to dust, that this sweat will outlive your name. Still, you look up at the pyramid rising tier by tier, and you wonder. It's not just size, it's precision. The blocks fit together with almost no mortar cut and polished so closely you can't slip a reed through the seams. Who even thought to try that? As the day burns on, you begin to appreciate the sheer human effort involved. It's not magic. It's not alien. It's 1,000 tiny tasks repeated thousands of times with back-breaking patience. And yet there's something mystical in that too, isn't there? Later that afternoon, you're sent to the storage area near the worker village to help log materials. A scribe, young and irritable, explains how every single item, from chisel to clay pot, is tracked. He hands you a damp tablet to tally ropes. If you lose one, don't bother coming back. They'll find you in the foundation, he says, mostly joking. Mostly, that night, you eat lentil stew with a bit of roasted fish offered from a nearby crew, celebrating a successful quarry run. The laborers' village is alive with drums' laughter and the clatter of stone dice games. You even see a little theater performance, two men pretending to be stubborn camels, arguing over who gets to sleep in the shade. You laugh not just at the joke, but because in the middle of all this ancient dust and stone life feels normal, real, human. Historians still debate how these worker communities functioned. Were they seasonal, rotational, permanent? But here, now you see something beyond theory. You see friends. You see teamwork. You see a society fueled not by chains, but by purpose. As the stars return, you lie on your mat, staring at the sky. Orion rises again, always there. One of the masons said the belt lines up with the pyramids. You're beginning to believe it. The whole thing, the math, the muscle, the myth, it all feels stitched together with meaning. You close your eyes as the wind picks up and the dust settles on your skin like sleep. You are a worker. You are a builder. And you are becoming part of something timeless. Your new job starts before dawn, and today it's official. You're on the transport team, one of the dozens of crews responsible for moving limestone blocks from the temporary staging area to their final resting place along the pyramid's rising tiers. It's not glamorous, but it is crucial. Without people like you, the king's eternal house would be nothing more than dusty plans. The blocks come from nearby quarries, mostly limestone from Tura and local bedrock, and are stockpiled just south of the construction site. Your role now is the last leg in the great stone relay, delivering blocks to the base or ramp area for lifting, which means you'll be getting very familiar with sleds, ropes, sand, and saw legs. The sled is a simple thing, thick wooden runners cross-braced to hold a 2-ton block. The genius you learn is in how the team manages friction. A pair of water boys jog ahead of the sled, sloshing clay jugs of water to dump on the sand path. It sounds odd, mud sounds, like it would make things worse. but no wet sand clumps together, reducing drag and helping the sled slide smoothly. Some scholars today still argue about whether water really played a role in moving the blocks, but your arms can testify it absolutely helps. Pulling the block is a synchronized effort. 12 men to a team, 6 ropes, 2 men per rope. One leads the chant, an old song passed down by generations of workers, more rhythm than lyrics. It keeps you pulling together, breathing together, grunting in harmony. Hapu, your gruff team leader, walks alongside with the staff, not for punishment, but for motivation. Keep the rope taut, or I'll let the baboons take over your shift. He shouts, only half joking. You've seen the baboons. They would definitely take it. You pass through staging zones where copper chisels are being sharpened on sandstone blocks. The smell of metal dust and sweat hangs in the air. Artisans, engineers, team captains, they all bustle like ants in a carefully managed chaos. Somehow it all works. Somehow each block finds its place. During a break, you watch another team guide a stone into place near the pyramid's base. It slides into its slot with just a whisper of stone on stone. The masons then chip and smooth the edges, finishing the fit so precisely that it barely needs mortar. You wonder if they know how long it will stay there. Centuries, millennia. Neshi, the older worker from your barracks, leans over and hands you a slice of onion. You know, he says, some people think the pharaoh was shown this shape in a dream. Others say it's because the triangle points up towards the gods. You chew the onion slowly. Seems more likely it's because a big pile of rocks won't fall over if it's a triangle. He grins. That too. You haul one more block before noon, and then you're rotated out to rest. There's a small tented area with jars of water bread and something like hummus, though without garlic and with more gravel in the texture than you'd like. Still, it's food. You've earned it. You use the break to observe the rest of the work site. Ramps made of mud brick and rubble slope upward along the pyramid's face. Teams of oxen are being led towards the edge, likely to help with larger blocks that require more brute force. You overhear 2 engineers discussing whether to extend the side ramps or start a switchback. Historians still argue about how those ramps were arranged. Some propose straight causeways, others spiral ramps that wrapped around the pyramid's surface. From where you sit, you can see parts of both in play, though which system wins out remains to be seen. By late afternoon, the light turns gold, and the shadows of the pyramid stretch over the plain like the fingers of a sleeping god. You help unload one last block, guiding it slowly into place under the direction of a precise young mason who insists on measuring the placement with a plumb line and shouting, "No, no one grain to the left." It's exhausting work, but it's not mindless. There's a rhythm, a structure, and if you let yourself feel it, a kind of reverence. Not just for the pharaoh, but for the system, the shared effort, the sheer human audacity of building something this vast using only sweat and stone. At the end of the day, as you limp back towards the labor village, your hands are blistered, your knees sore, and your linen tunic stiff with dust and effort. And still, when you glance over your shoulder, the pyramid catches the last sunlight, like it's already finished, already eternal. You pass a group of children playing with miniature sleds and pebbles imitating the adults. One shouts, "I'm the Pharaoh. You move it, or I'll feed you to Sobek." The others laugh and collapse into the sand. You smile. In a world where gods are painted on every wall and rituals govern each sunrise, it's almost easy to believe that the pyramid itself is alive, growing, breathing, inching upward day by day. Not through divine will, but through something more stubborn you. Morning again. The sun crawls above the limestone cliffs, like it's being pulled on a rope, same as the stones you've spent the last week hauling. Today, your sore shoulders are given a temporary reprieve. Hapu assigns you to a different team, one working under a man named Dedu. You've heard the name before, the overseer of transport logistics, the man who turns chaos into stone symmetry. Dedu is precise. He speaks in units, cubits, and deadlines. His voice is smooth like rubbed granite and somehow even more immovable. "We move 70 blocks by sundown," he says, hands clasped behind his back. "And we log every one." The worksite is vast, almost city-like. There are thousands of workers broken into groups of 20 to 40 each, with a supervisor. Nearby scribes with shaved heads and sharp eyes take notes on rolls of papyrus. They're everywhere, marking down deliveries, logging tools, counting meals. If you so much as sneeze, someone probably writes it down. You're told that the entire pyramid project is being overseen by Vizier Hemyunu, the pharaoh's cousin and chief architect. His name is spoken with a kind of reverence, like a man who can see the shape of the future in blocks of stone. Though you've never met him, rumor has it he visits the site in disguise, observing workers in secret to test their loyalty and effort. You glance sideways now and then, just in case, that slightly tubby man with the dusty nose isn't just a baker after all. Today, Dedu walks your team through the order of operations. First stone from the quarry is delivered by barge and stored near the site. Next, it's tagged with red paint, marking its destination, based on a master plan so detailed it feels like the pyramid already exists in someone's head. Your job is just to reveal it. You're surprised to learn the blocks are shaped roughly at the quarry, but final adjustments happen here near the pyramid base. Masons smooth chip and fine-tune the stones before they're dragged to ramps for lifting. It's a dance of efficiency, not always elegant, but astonishingly effective. Why not just build small temples like the old days? Someone mutters behind you. Dedu answers without turning around. Because small things die. Well then, during your lunch break, bread with leeks, some figs, and that ever-present barley beer, you sit with two masons debating how high the pyramid will eventually be. One claims it'll reach the stars. The other argues that's foolish any taller, and the ramps will collapse under their own weight. Historians still argue about the height. The first one jokes grinning. Even the future won't know for sure. They're wrong, of course. It will reach about 146 meters, making it the tallest man-made structure in the world for thousands of years. But you don't know that yet. You just know your back hurts, and the figs are overripe. In the afternoon, you follow Dedu along the edge of the ramp system. It's hard to tell from the ground, but the ramps have been extended, zigzagging upward now, like a snake wrapped around the stone. You ask if they'll go all the way to the top. He shakes his head. No one knows yet. We build, and then we decide. It's like shaping a story while telling it. Later, you pass a cluster of engineers using simple tools, plumb bobs, A-frames, knotted ropes to take incredibly accurate measurements. They shout values back and forth, scribes recording everything. You marvel at the precision. The pyramid's base is leveled to within just a few centimeters, an achievement so exact it will later confuse generations. Some say aliens must have helped. You just saw 5 men use string, a stick, and half a coconut to map a 30-meter platform. No glowing orbs needed. As you carry another block to staging, you overhear one of the older laborers talking about a dream he had. A triangle of fire, rising from the sand, a stairway into the stars. You nod politely. Around here, dreams and schematics blend easily. By sunset, the crew has moved 80 blocks, 10 more than expected. Dedu offers a rare compliment, which is to say he doesn't frown. He claps one of your teammates on the shoulder and says, "You didn't fail." Good. You're beginning to understand the rhythm of the project. It's not just muscle, it's order. Scribes, logistics, ramps, rotations, tools, all planned in harmony. Even the food arrives like clockwork. The central kitchen feeds thousands, and someone out there is managing menus, deliveries, and spoiled lentils like a general planning a siege. That evening you visit the laborer's clinic. Your palm has developed a blister the size of a date, and the healer tuts at you like an angry mother. She cleans the wound, smears something pungent on it, and wraps it with linen. Don't pick at it. If it turns black, let someone know before you drop dead. Comforting, you leave with your hand bandaged, your arms sore, and your belly full. You walk past the pyramid one last time before heading to your bunk. In the low light, it looks finished, even though it isn't. The angle of the face catches the sunset and holds it like an ember. You wonder if Khufu has seen this yet, if he understands what it means to leave behind a shape so enduring that people will still speak his name 5,000 years from now. But for now, you're just a worker with sore feet, a wrapped hand, and a small part to play in something big. And honestly, that's enough. Today you're up before the sun. Not just because the work starts early, but because something is different. There's a sense of ceremony in the air. The usual shouting and hammering are momentarily paused, replaced by murmurs, a kind of reverent tension. The supervisors are in finer linen, the workers cleaner than usual, and even the beer is less sour. You ask around. The answer is whispered like a spell. The pharaoh is coming. You've never seen a pharaoh before. Khufu, god king of the Nile, descendant of Ra, lord of all 2 lands, is more legend than man to you. His face appears in carved reliefs, his name chiseled in cartouches, his deeds sung by scribes with flutes and drums. But today, he's apparently coming in person to visit the construction site that bears his name. Your crew isn't working ramps today. Instead, you're sent to clear debris near the ceremonial causeway, a long sloping road lined with limestone that stretches between the pyramid complex and the nearby valley temple. As you sweep sand and drag away broken chisel fragments, you notice soldiers arriving barefoot, but armed, forming quiet lines along the edges of the road. The buzz grows, and then at last he arrives. You don't see the man at first. What you see is the boat, a magnificent solar bark carved from cedar, shimmering in golden paint. It's being carried on an elaborate wheeled cart, flanked by priests and guards. The pharaoh rides inside, seated beneath a canopy, silent as the stone blocks you carry. He does not wave, he does not smile. He is still, watching. Some fall to their knees, others bow. You try to look casual, but your knees wobble. There's something unnerving about how calm he is, like a statue carved from thought instead of stone. Khufu's visit is brief. He circles the base of the pyramid, surveys. The Ramps nods once at Vizier Hemiunu. Yes, he's here too, scribbling with practiced grace, and then departs as swiftly as he came. You're left blinking in the dust, unsure if you just saw a man or a myth. Later that day, the work resumes with renewed intensity. Somehow, everything feels a bit sharper, a bit more purposeful. Hapu even smiles once. "You lot didn't disgrace me," he mutters, then spits into the sand for emphasis. During a break, you overhear a heated discussion among two scribes and a foreman. They're arguing about the logistics of block placement. Should larger granite blocks be loaded before the limestone or staggered in layers? One of the scribes insists the central chamber must be finished before the outer casing. The other says it's all one integrated plan. Historians still argue whether the internal chambers were built as the pyramid rose or if space was reserved and filled later. But standing here, watching men drag massive stones under the scorching sun, the only thing you're sure of is this. However they're doing it, it's working. In the afternoon, you're rotated to work with a team preparing foundation stones for the base of a satellite pyramid. These are smaller than the blocks used for the Great Pyramid, but still heavy enough to make your arms hum. You learn the proper way to chip and smooth the base so the stone sits level, how to check alignment with a plumb bob and a cord coated in red ochre. The masons joke that if your line isn't straight, the gods will make your next life as a dung beetle. They might be joking. You hope. One mason, a wiry man named Beck, shows you a trick. Lay the cord, then snap it like this. A crisp red line appears across the block. That's the cut. That's where you obey geometry, or you'll be cursed with crooked walls forever. You nod solemnly. Geometry, apparently, is sacred. As the day ends, the setting sun paints the horizon in ochre and gold. You pass by the side of the pyramid that's now nearly halfway up. Someone has etched a small mark on one of the blocks, an image of a cow crudely drawn. Work crew signature? Your friend Neshi laughs. Ours is the Red Cow Gang. Every team's got one. You chuckle. So that's how you'll be remembered. Not by name, but by a cow scratched into stone. You'll take it. That evening, word spreads of a planned festival. The stretching of the cord ceremony, marking a new phase of construction. It's a ritual said to align the pyramid with the cosmos using stars and shadow to ensure perfect positioning. You lie on your mat, sore but proud, and wonder what it would feel like to build something so precise it touches the stars. The pyramid doesn't just rise with blocks. It rises with rhythm, with ceremony, with meaning. Every layer reflects not just stone, but order, belief, and ambition. A staircase, not to heaven, perhaps, but to legacy. And you're a footnote. A dust-streaked, sunburned, gloriously aching footnote in something that will stand for ages. That's enough to make you smile. Sleep finally takes you. even if your arms feel like they've been trampled by a chariot. You don't remember falling asleep, only the feeling of sand stuck to your face and a crick in your neck, like you've been headbutting a statue all night. You rise with the others, groggy and sore, and today you're told you'll be working near the Torah quarries, where the bright white limestone that will one day cover the pyramid comes from. It's a long journey by barge, and you spend the morning drifting down the Nile, wrapped in your linen shawl, and half listening to the rhythmic slap of oars in the water. The river is alive, papyrus sways at the banks, crocodiles sun themselves like arrogant nobles, and the occasional ibis flaps lazily across the sky. By midday you arrive. The Tura quarry is no small pit in the ground. It's a sprawling, organized network of extraction sites, tool sheds, and storage areas. You expect chaos. Instead, it's like walking into an open-air temple of stone. Your first task is to help haul out the freshly carved limestone blocks, which are lighter than granite, but still heavy enough to compress your spine if you're not careful. The workers here use copper chisels, dolerite pounding stones, and a lot of creative swearing. Someone hands you a chisel. Hit the seam, not the corner, he warns. You hit the corner. He sighs. As you work, you notice something odd. Each block is marked with symbols. Some are just rough crew notations. Red paint, tally marks, tiny animals, but others are more formal. Cartouches of Khufu, glyphs honoring Ra and Osiris. Even the tools are branded. It's a way to track each crew's output, says a foreman nearby. Pharaoh knows who's working even out here. Especially out here. The limestone here is smoother, brighter, almost dazzling in the sun. It's the outer casing stone, the part everyone will see. The part meant to reflect sunlight, so the entire structure shines like a beacon. Some call it the horizon of Khufu. Others just call it blinding. At lunch, you sit in the shade of a large fig tree with a quarryman named Menka. He's been cutting stone for 20 years, and his arms are like braided rope. People say, this is the work of gods, he says. But I've never seen a god swing a hammer. Just men. Tired men. Good men. You nod. It's the kind of truth that doesn't need debating, he continues. You know how we find the veins in the rock sound. We tap it and listen. If it sings hollow, we move. If it thuds, we dig. You tap the ground next to you. Thud. Just your luck. That afternoon, you assist in loading blocks onto a flat-bottomed barge for transport. Teams roll the stones over wooden beams, pivoting them onto the boat with teamwork and leverage. The barge sways, groans but holds. A team of rope handlers begins lashing them down for the trip north. Historians still discuss whether these barges traveled only during the flood season or if special canals were built year-round. From where you stand waist-deep in river muck, the answer feels irrelevant. Either way, it's damp. Just as you're securing a final tie, someone shouts and points upriver. A second barge is drifting too fast. Someone forgot to anchor it properly. The crew panics. You leap into the water again, not your best idea, and help push the runaway barge back to the dock. You're rewarded with two things: applause and a new pair of leech bites on your calf. Victory comes at a cost. Before returning to Giza, you're invited to walk through one of the older parts of the quarry. It's quiet there, almost too quiet. The walls bear ancient chisel marks, like forgotten brushstrokes. In one chamber, you see a message scrawled in red ink. We brought the stone for Khufu, strong and glorious. May his pyramid touch the sky. Below that, a faint sketch of three men dragging a block, smiling. The barge ride back is cooler, quieter. The sun sinks over the west bank, and the air smells like wet clay and effort. You watch the sky shift from gold to purple and try to picture the casing stones gleaming in the sun as the final skin of the pyramid. You imagine travelers centuries from now approaching Giza and seeing the monument glint from miles away, not just as a tomb, but as a mirror to the heavens. Something shaped by hands like yours, back-breaking, blistered, sunburned hands. You return to the labor village after dark, drenched, sore, and covered in limestone dust. Hapu claps you on the shoulder. Still alive then? Good. You'll be needed tomorrow. You nod, too tired to reply. Your bunk is a straw mat, your dinner a smear of lentil paste. But as you drift off, your arms still tingling from stonework, you feel it again, that quiet certainty. The pyramid is rising, and you are one of its builders. You wake up to the sting of a fresh bandage tightening around your blistered hands. One of the healers wrapped you up in the night, probably out of pity or to keep you from dripping on the bedding. Either way, you're grateful. You flex your fingers and wince. Nothing's broken, just the usual price of hauling civilization one block at a time. Today, word spreads fast. Through the village, a new layer of the pyramid is being started. That means everyone's nerves are on edge. With each ascending tier, the work gets harder. The blocks don't get lighter, and the ramps grow longer, steeper, and more unpredictable. Hapu assigns you to a crew helping guide freshly cut limestone blocks up the zigzagging ramp. The air is already hot by the time you reach the loading zone. The ramp curves up the pyramid's southern face, supported by a lattice of mud brick limestone chippings and wooden beams. It's wide enough for a sled and two men on each side, but barely. Each block is tied tight with ropes, braced with timber wedges and soaked sled runners. Teams chant as they pull a rhythmic grunt, accompanying each strained step. You're not pulling today. Your job is guiding and braking. You wedge stones behind the sled every few meters, preventing backslide. If the crew falters, you're their last defense. Halfway up, the wind picks up. You're exposed, now climbing along the bare slope. Below the plateau looks like a game board. Tiny people hauling blocks, cooking, cleaning, sharpening tools. The whole place moves with a strange kind of harmony. Then the sled slips. It's not much a wobble, a sudden lean, but it sends your heart into your throat. You and another bracer slam stones behind the runners, shouting for the haulers to slow. The ropes tighten the sled, groans, and everything stops barely. A breath away from disaster. You exchange a shaky glance with the other bracer. He shrugs and says, "The gods are watching." You don't know if it's comfort or sarcasm. At the top of the ramp, the stone is swung into place with wooden levers and loud coordinated shouting. A group of masons check the alignment. They squint, they mutter, they tap gently on each side. Then a nod. The stone stays. Each tier of the pyramid is slightly smaller, giving the structure its sloped shape. The mathematics behind it. You wouldn't call it simple, but the workers call it sacred. Ratios, angles, symmetry, all passed down, measured with cubits, and chord checked against stars and sun. You've heard they used a tool called the Merket, like a celestial plumb line, to track time and direction. Historians still debate whether Egyptians used advanced surveying methods or just remarkable intuition. Watching this operation, you suspect it's a mix of both and a lot of stubbornness. During your mid-morning break, you're handed a wet cloth and a date. You sit near the edge of the ramp with Nishi, who fans himself with a reed mat. He tells you the story of the stretching of the cord, an ancient ceremony where priests and engineers would mark the foundation using stars aligning the structure to true north. It was done at night using the pole star and measuring shadows. They say if the angles are wrong, Neshi mutters, the soul of the pharaoh will lose its way to the sky. You raise an eyebrow. I thought that's what the priests were for. They help, but geometry is more reliable. You both laugh. In Egypt, math is holy. Even the gods don't argue with numbers. The rest of the day is a haze of lifting, bracing, sweating, and praying the next block doesn't veer off course. You feel like you've aged 10 years by the time the sun begins to sink toward the cliffs. Back in the laborers' village, you wash your arms in a basin of lukewarm water. There's a cut on your elbow, and your knees feel like they've been hammered. But no broken bones and no crushed feet. That's a win. Dinner is lentils again. But someone adds coriander this time, and suddenly it's a feast. Across the fire, a younger worker draws a small pyramid in the dirt, tracing the lines with his finger. When this is done, he says, "Do you think the pharaoh will become a star?" You shrug. Maybe. But we'll be the dust beneath it. He nods, satisfied. In this world, dust is nothing to be ashamed of. As the moon rises, your body fades into a familiar ache. You close your eyes to the sound of fire crackling and distant chants from a nearby temple. You wonder if the pyramid really will reach the sky, or if it's already there in the minds of those building it. You drift off to sleep, still seeing wide stone blocks rising one by one like steps to something greater than kings. By now you know the rhythm of pyramid life. It's not a job, it's a world complete with its own logic, its own language, and a strangely comforting predictability. You wake, you work, you eat lentils. Sometimes someone gets stepped on by a block. Sometimes someone finds a scorpion in their shoe. Mostly, though, it's stone after stone after stone. But today, you're being sent somewhere new. The workers' support compound, just east of the main site, to help with an unusual task, clearing a space for the mortuary temple. It's not the pyramid itself, but it's deeply tied to its function. Where the pyramid is the body of eternity, this temple is the doorway through which the king's spirit will pass. You arrive to find teams leveling the ground near the base of the pyramid. Architects are pacing in tight circles, arguing over cubits and foundation levels. There's a scale model in the dirt rocks standing in for columns, a tiny trench meant to represent the processional path. It looks like a child's toy city, but no one's smiling. You're assigned to help lay the base stones, flatter, broader blocks that will eventually support the grand entrance to the pharaoh's eternal house. It's quieter here than on the pyramid ramps, less shouting, more measuring. Everything is done with precision and pause. The stone here doesn't rise, it invites. A soft-spoken man named Bossa works beside you. He's not just a builder, he's also a priest in training, part of the cult that will serve Khufu after death. He explains how the temple will align with the rising sun, its chambers filled with offerings, incense, and chants to guide the pharaoh's soul. You ask if he believes the pharaoh will really walk among the stars. He tilts his head. If the rituals are done correctly and the pyramid holds true, yes. Otherwise, his spirit will wander forever. No pressure then. During your midday break, Bosser shows you a tablet inscribed with a list of offerings: bread, onions, beer, beef, incense, honey. These are not symbolic. They will be physically prepared daily in the temple, tended by priests for generations. It strikes you as strange, a massive pyramid for death. And yet, it leads to so much daily life. Later in the afternoon, you help a crew clear space for what will be the processional causeway, the road that links the pyramid to the valley temple. It will be lined with statues, maybe carved lions or falcons, and roofed with limestone slabs to shield sacred rituals from the sun. As you dig your shovel, hit something hard, not rock, but a piece of pottery. You pull it out carefully. It's part of an old bowl painted with faded lotus flowers. A scribe nearby examines it. From an earlier site, he mutters, "Perhaps an old settlement beneath this one." You realize in that moment that you are building on the bones of older people, older dreams. The ground remembers more than you do. Historians still debate whether Khufu repurposed earlier sacred sites or built his complex entirely from new ground. But here in the dust, holding this shard, its clear history doesn't erase. It layers. Toward evening, a messenger runs through the site, carrying a bundle of scrolls. He speaks with the architects, who suddenly begin pacing faster, recalculating angles and muttering about the solstice. You hear someone mention the rising point of Sopdet, the star, as Sirius. There's tension now. Apparently, even the stars have deadlines. Before you leave, you help slide one of the first decorative cornerstones into place near what will become the temple's eastern gate. It's inscribed already, not with Khufu's name, but with a prayer. May his feet walk in the sky and his voice echo in the wind. You wonder who wrote it. Back at the labor village, you share dinner with a team of carvers who've just finished sculpting lotus capitals for the future columns. One of them jokes. They say the gods gave us flowers and geometry and told us to pick one. The table laughs. You eat slowly tonight, letting the lentils cool while the stars blink into view. You can see the faint silhouette of the pyramid's profile against the indigo sky. Its outline razor straight, almost unreal. It's strange. The more you build it, the less it feels like a pile of rock. The more you climb it, the more it seems to hum with something deeper than weight. Maybe that's just exhaustion. Or maybe it's the feeling of history setting into place beneath your feet. You roll over on your mat, the prayer still echoing in your ears. May his feet walk in the sky, and you the one who carried the stones. Maybe one day your footsteps will echo too. Before the sun even clears the cliffs, you're already ankle deep in sand again this time, hauling wooden sled runners toward the edge of the pyramid's southern base. Today's task sounds simple on paper, assist with the relocation of casing stones from the storage yard to the newly prepared tier. But of course, nothing on this site is simple, not even walking. The casing stones quarried from Tura's fine white limestone are the gleaming outer layer of the pyramid, the skin, the shine, the part everyone will see. While most of the inner core stones are rough cut and gritty, these are smooth polished and carefully shaped. You're told the plan is for the entire pyramid to shimmer in the sun like a star trapped in stone. You'd be skeptical if you hadn't already squinted at a single finished piece yesterday and nearly gone blind. You and 5 others are given the task of transporting one of these stones from the base yard to a platform near the ramp. Even with sleds, even on level ground, it's a challenge. Each stone weighs over 2 tons. That's not just metaphorical backbreaking, that's literal spinal negotiation. As you tug and grunt and swear through the morning, you start to appreciate just how careful this process is. The outer casing can't just be placed like any old block. It must be perfectly aligned at the perfect angle so the pyramid sides remain smooth and uniform. One bad stone can throw the whole face off. That's why the masons are tense today. They triple check every angle with plumb lines and side tools. One uses a knotted cord stretched across 2 pegs. Another holds up a copper square and squints like he's arguing with it. You hear a lot of phrases like off by half a finger and someone's going to lose a week of sleep over this. You eventually get the stone to its intended spot. It's levered into place by a dance of ropes, wedges, and shouted corrections. Then comes the moment of truth, the polishing. A pair of workers kneel beside the block, each armed with smooth stones and a basin of fine sand and water. They begin rubbing the face in long, slow strokes, like giving the pyramid a spa treatment. One of them jokes, "Imagine massaging rock for 30 years, just so someone 1,000 years from now can say, 'Nice job.'" You laugh mostly because it's too true. The polishing continues well into the afternoon. It's slow, laborious work. But when the sun hits that face just right, the block catches the light like water. For a moment, it's hard to tell if you're looking at stone or moonlight frozen in midair. You take a short break under a wooden awning where some of the younger boys are practicing hieroglyphic carving on broken shards. One of them shows you his attempt, a falcon next to a reed. It's supposed to say, "Ra sees," he says proudly. It actually says something closer to the bird smells. But you nod and give him a thumbs up. It's during this rest that one of the older scribes explains to you how each face of the pyramid is angled at nearly 52 degrees, and that the shape called a pyramidion was chosen because it symbolizes the Benben, the primordial mound from Egyptian creation myths. It's not just architectural, it's cosmological. A sacred triangle pointing skyward. Historians still debate whether the shape was inspired by sunbeams or symbolic hills. But either way, every stone adds to that ascending meaning. Back on duty, you pass a crew trying to maneuver a casing block into a corner. They misjudge the placement, and the stone comes within a whisper of chipping its edge. The foreman's scream could have startled a sphinx. He yells about tools being cursed and someone being reassigned to latrine duty. Casing blocks, you quickly learn, are sacred. Damaging one is like kicking the sun in the shins. By evening, the crew finally gets the stone into place. The entire face is beginning to take on a gleam. In the low golden light, it looks more like a sculpture than a building. You squint up the rising tiers and imagine it fully clad shining in every direction. How it must have looked when the whole structure was complete before erosion and time wore it down. It must have glowed like a second sun. You overhear a priest nearby muttering a prayer for balance and alignment. He dips a reed brush into ochre and marks the corner with a symbol for order. In Egyptian cosmology, that concept is Makat, the force that holds the world together. The pyramid isn't just a tomb, he says. It's an offering to Mahat, a way to say we understand the universe and we reflect its order here in stone. Later, as you walk back to the village under a sky that seems a little more golden than usual, you pass by the outer casing face again. The polished limestone now reflects the twilight like frosted glass on fire. You pause watching it shimmer and feel oddly proud. You didn't just move a rock, you moved light. And when people look back one day and wonder how it was done, they'll probably guess wild things magic perhaps, or visitors from the stars. Let them wonder. You were there. You saw the sweat. You felt the stone. You helped it shine. Another day, another sunrise, filtered through layers of dust and discipline. You barely notice the ache in your legs anymore. It's as normal as hunger or thirst, just a background hum to the rhythm of life at Giza. But today, you're not headed to the ramps or the polishing stations. You've been assigned to assist a team working deep inside the pyramid itself, down where the stone corridors grow tight and dark, and the air smells of powdered lime and secrets. You can't help but feel a little thrill. The pyramid, for all its external grandeur, is also a complex interior maze. Corridors, chambers, shafts, and long sloping galleries snake through the heart of the monument. You've seen the drawings scratched into the overseer's office wall, triangles sliced by passageways, a tangle of straight lines and sharp angles. It's a tomb, yes, but it's also a structure built to last forever in 3 dimensions. You duck beneath a low lintel and enter the grand gallery with a torch in hand. It stretches upward like the throat of some ancient beast, steep, angular, and surprisingly tall. The walls are made of massive granite blocks, polished smooth but not decorated. There's no color here, no gold leaf, just silent stone and careful geometry. Your task is modest: help move small equipment and tools for the masons, reinforcing the king's chamber. But your eyes wander constantly. Every block is enormous, some weighing up to 70 tons, and all placed with such tight precision that even your fingertip can't find a crack. How did they get these in here? You whisper to the lead mason. He grunts, slowly, with ramps, sweat, and prayer. Historians still argue how the massive granite beams were hoisted into the upper chamber, especially since some of them lie above the ceiling, layered for structural support. Theories range from long interior ramps to cranes powered by counterweights. But down here, the workers just shrug. They did it. That's what matters. The chamber itself is silent, heavy, with weight both literal and symbolic. The floor is bare. At the center stands the granite sarcophagus, unadorned, simple, but so finely carved, it hums when tapped. Yes, hums. You try it yourself. A light knock and the stone vibrates with a soft tone that lingers. The mason nods. That's the sound of eternity, he says, only half joking. There's a myth you heard once, that the chamber sings when the stars are right, that the pyramid can speak if the right rituals are performed. You're sure it's superstition, but now you're not so sure. During your break, you crawl through one of the narrow air shaft's channels, carved at precise angles from the chamber to the outside. At least, that's what they're assumed to be. Others suggest they're symbolic spiritual passageways aligned with certain stars like Orion and Sirius. The shaft is too small to be practical for breathing, but you peer through it anyway, squinting into the dusty light that filters down. The angle is steep, calculated, and as one engineer proudly reminds you, points almost perfectly to Orion's belt. Why? Because according to ancient belief, that's where the pharaoh's soul goes. Later, you help inspect the so-called relieving chambers. Above the king's chamber, stacked layers of stone designed to redistribute the weight of the pyramid above so the roof doesn't collapse. It's smart, brutally smart. No cement, no iron, just stone placed with purpose. One of the blocks bears a red ink scroll, a mark from the builders, likely the crew name, and a note honoring Khufu. Gang of the Horus Falcon, it reads. You feel a flicker of recognition. Not because of the name, but because it's so human. Even in the most sacred place in Egypt, someone left behind a signature. A small private joke whispered into eternity. Back outside, the sun blinds you for a moment. You forgot how bright the world is after so much shadow. You blink, breathe in the air, and feel the pyramid behind you, like a mountain at your back. Inside, it's death and silence. Out here, it's movement, shouting plans, corrections, blisters. Both parts matter. As you return to the laborers' village, someone has drawn a new figure in the sand near the fire pit. A triangle with a line through its middle, labeled today. Beside it, a slightly taller one next week. It's your crew's way of keeping track of progress. Not very official, but it works. Over dinner, Nishi tells a story about a man who got lost in the pyramid and claimed to hear voices from the stone. Probably dehydration, you say, or maybe the stone remembers. You smirk, then glance towards the dark silhouette in the distance. It does feel like it's watching sometimes. You lie down on your mat and stretch your sore arms behind your head. In just one day, you've seen the heart of the pyramid, the stone, the chamber, the shafts reaching to the stars. You helped polish its bones and witnessed the blueprint of an afterlife imagined in granite. And in the dark, you still hear the echo of your knock against the sarcophagus. A hum, barely audible. But it's there, waiting. This morning brings something unexpected. You're summoned, yes summoned, to meet with one of the royal survey teams. You half expect it to be a mistake. You're no engineer. You're good at hauling stone and knowing when someone's about to drop a block on their foot. But Hapu insists. They asked for workers who follow the cord lines. That's you. So now you find yourself standing beside a group of men dressed far too clean for this early in the day, holding long rods, plumb bobs, and something that looks suspiciously like a wooden star chart. One of them, tall bored, wearing eyeliner, like a noble waves you over. You'll help hold the line, he says, as if you already know what that means. Turns out, you're part of a team measuring the east face of the pyramid, double-checking that each tier remains aligned with the master plan. It's not just about stacking stones. Each side must remain straight and level, or the faces will twist. And for something With more than 2 million blocks, a mistake of even a single cubit could throw the whole thing off. They use a combination of knotted ropes, plumb lines, and sighting rods. You hold one end of a tightly stretched rope while another worker checks the alignment against a fixed marker in the distance. When the scribe signals, you adjust by a finger's width. Then again and again. You didn't think standing still could be exhausting, but here you are drenched in sweat, holding a rope like your soul depends on it. The surveyor mutters to himself, then finally nods. Within half a bomb. Acceptable. He sounds disappointed, but the other men seem relieved. You glance up and notice the pyramid's faces sloping inward at perfect angles, all converging toward an unseen point in the sky. You wonder if the stars above see the symmetry, if they notice that each corner of this pyramid faces exactly one of the cardinal directions. You're told this was no accident. Before construction even began, priests used a tool called the merchet, a star-finding device made of plumb lines and sighting slats to chart north using the stars. They tracked the rising and setting of fixed stars like Kotab and Mizar, watching night after night to trace true alignment. Historians still debate how the ancient Egyptians achieved such accuracy without compasses or telescopes. Some say it was simple patience and stellar observation. Others think we underestimate just how advanced these sky watchers really were. After the measurements, you follow the team to the northwest corner. From there, they show you a new map, hand-drawn and dusty, but surprisingly complex. Each block has a label. Each section is marked with layer numbers, crew assignments, stone types, and even repair notes. You recognize your own team's symbol, etched beside the most recent row, the small red cow. You can't help but smile. That's ours, you say. The surveyor glances over and snorts. Of course it is. A little crooked, very spirited. That night at the village you brag just a little. I helped mark the corners, you say, casually stirring your lentils. Nishi raises an eyebrow. You barely know your left foot from the Nile. True, you reply, but now I know where north is. Very precisely. Later, as the sky darkens, you wander out toward the edge of the plateau. The pyramid looms behind you, but you're focused on the stars above. You recognize a few now. Orion's belt shining over the horizon. That's the one the air shaft points to. Or so they say. The stars flicker, but they don't twinkle like they do at home. Here they seem steadier, more deliberate. Maybe because people here don't just look at them, they build toward them. You sit down and draw a triangle in the sand with your finger. Then you try to sketch the stars above. It's crude, but the points connect. Triangle below, triangle above. As above, so below. The thought stays with you as you return to camp. You crawl into your mat, dusty and aching, but oddly satisfied. You helped keep the pyramid straight today. Aligned it with the cosmos. Not a bad way to spend your shift. And maybe, just maybe, when the pharaoh's spirit rises, guided by the perfect angles and starlight paths, he'll follow a line you helped hold steady. You wake to the sound of singing. Not chanting, not labor grunts, actual singing, drifting on the breeze from the far side of the plateau. You roll off your mat and follow the noise, half expecting a morning ceremony or someone finally losing it and composing a ballad about bricks. What you find instead is pigs. Pigs, levitating pigs. Okay, not exactly levitating, but they're certainly flying higher than you'd expect. Two pigs are being hoisted on a platform by a pulley system dangling awkwardly midair, like oversized pink bundles of confusion. The chorus of singing workers below is part of a joke. Apparently, today's test of the counterweight system needed a load equivalent to a stone block, and someone brilliant or bored suggested pigs. You stand there blinking at the pig swing while one of the masons slaps you on the back. We figured if it works for stone, it should work for bacon. A fair point, but the contraption itself is serious business. It's a proto-lifting platform designed by one of Hemyunu's assistant engineers to move medium-sized blocks into the interior of the pyramid, especially where ramps won't reach. It's built with wooden beams, rope pulleys, and counterweights. Simple tools, but arranged with surprising intelligence. You're assigned to help test the system once the pigs are lowered, calm, confused, and slightly insulted. Your role is to haul on the main rope, adjusting tension as the block is lifted up and guided through a corridor entrance at an angle. The test works. Clumsy, slow, but successful. The stone moves. No gods required. The lead engineer claps his hands. Repeat that 1,000 times, and the king's chamber will be finished by flood season. You spend the rest of the morning helping tie new counterweights baskets filled with rubble and sand, balanced precisely to offset the load of the blocks. The math is simple, but the execution takes finesse. If you overbalance the weight, the platform lurches dangerously. If you underdo it, the stone won't budge. It's sweaty, tedious, and quietly brilliant. Historians still argue whether such systems were actually used, whether counterweights and pulleys played a major role in lifting blocks, or if ramps did most of the heavy lifting. Standing here clutching a fraying rope, while a 2-ton stone hovers awkwardly above your head, you're inclined to believe a bit of both. During the midday rest, the pig handler, now slightly famous, shares a story about a priest who claimed the pyramid hums at night. He says the stones speak if you press your ear against them, whisper secrets, ancient knowledge. You frown. I pressed my ear to one once. I just heard my own blood pounding. The pig handler shrugs. Maybe your blood's the message. Back at the lifting platform, the workers begin adding a makeshift track system, laying wooden planks and rolling small blocks over them. One of the engineers sketches plans for scaling this up, a type of rolling sledge that could reduce friction on inclined paths. We grease the planks, he says, make the stone think it's floating. You nod impressed. Everything here is about convincing stone to behave like water. By late afternoon, you return to the base of the pyramid and help guide one of the lifted blocks into place. As it slides into its slot, there's a hush. Everyone leans in, waiting to see if it fits. The mason taps one edge with a mallet, adjusts slightly, then steps back. Perfect. He wipes his forehead. All that lifting for one block. You smile. Only another 2 million to go. That night, the crew gathers near the village hearth for a rare treat, roasted pig. Apparently, the test subjects were not only successful, they were delicious. You sit in a circle, greasy fingers full of laughter and meat, and someone begins composing a very bad song about the day the pigs flew. You watch the stars rise, one hand still stained with rope dust, the other full of food. Across the plain, The pyramid catches the last rays of daylight, glowing pale against the coming night. You think about the tools, the ramps, pulleys, grease-slick tracks, and how much cleverness is buried inside this monument. It's not just a pile of rocks. It's a giant machine made of faith sweat and geometry. And for a brief, strange moment, you're proud to have helped build a machine that lifted pigs into the air. The next morning, your arms are sore from the previous day's lifting, but your mind is buzzing. The pig lifting incident has gone down in Giza legend overnight. There's even a crude sketch of it scratched onto the side of a storage hut, complete with wings and a halo. It's comforting to know that if you die from exhaustion this week, your legacy might be guy who almost got flattened by a pig. But today, there are no pigs, no ropes, no ramps. Today, there's a duel, not with swords, not with fists, not even with words, though those fly freely enough. This is a contest of tools and technique, and the competitors are two senior masons who have been grumbling about each other's methods for weeks. Their battleground, a trial block fitting challenge on the western face of the pyramid, where the casing stones have started to curve inward, slightly a tricky spot, requiring extra precision. The supervisor, too amused to intervene, declares an unofficial contest. Whichever one finishes the cornerstone first and cleaner wins bragging rights and my last jar of date wine. The entire team gathers to watch. You're assigned to help prep stone for the challenger, a wiry man named Kasa, who prefers dry fitting and hand sanding over chiseling. He claims it results in a tighter joint without fracturing the edges. His rival Benner is a broad-shouldered veteran who scoffs at such delicacy. We are not carving statues of cats. We are building the bones of eternity. His method, traditional chiseling, using a straight edge, small hammers, and the kind of confidence that makes you nervous just standing nearby. The contest begins. You work beside Kasa, watching as he whispers to the stone. Yes, actually. Whispers as he grinds the face with a stone smoother and applies wet sand in small circles. He pauses often, examining shadow lines, tapping for inconsistencies with his knuckles. His motto seems to be, slow is fast and quiet is better. Bina, on the other hand, hammers like the stone insulted his mother. Chips fly. His apprentice frantically sweeps them away. But by midday, both stones are approaching completion. The precision is astonishing. You never realized just how tightly these blocks are fitted. There's no mortar between them, just weight pressure and skill. When the time comes to slide the stones into place, both masons call for assistants like you to help lever them into their final positions. The crowd holds its breath. The sun presses down. Kasa's stone moves with a soft grind. Bina's drops with a decisive thunk. The supervisor leans in, runs a finger along both seams, presses his ear against each. A pause, a grin. He points at Kasa. Tighter. The crowd erupts. Someone starts chanting Kasa Kasa Benner, scowls, but eventually laughs and claps the winner on the back. The date wine is poured, shared and gone in about 60 seconds. The rest of the day's spirits are high. The workers are energized, not by wine, okay, a little, but by pride. There's something powerful about seeing mastery in motion, about realizing the pyramid is not only big, but beautifully made. You speak with one of the overseers about the standards for each block. He explains that crews are rotated through quality checks, where they inspect blocks already in place, tap corners, and adjust where necessary. If a block shifts even slightly during placement, it's pulled and reset. No exceptions. Historians still debate how the ancient Egyptians managed such incredible precision without modern tools. Some suggest copper straight edges, plumb lines, and levels filled with water. Others wonder if we've underestimated the sheer amount of trial and error involved. From where you stand, it's clear whatever tools they lacked, they made up for with patience, practice, and pride. As the light fades and the last casing stones are covered for the night to protect them from wind and theft. Yes, even out here, people steal limestone, you help clean the work site. Someone hums a tune about the smoothest stone in all the land, and someone else answers with a very off-key flute solo. Back at camp, Casa raises a small jar in your direction. Good rope holding today, he says. You didn't drop the corner. You beam. It's the best compliment you've had in weeks. That night, as you lie under the stars, you trace the pyramid's edge with your eyes. It's not just rising, it's refining, getting sharper, tighter, more complete. It's no longer just blocks, it's form, line, light, shadow. It's becoming art, and somewhere deep inside, all that stone is the proof not of aliens or magic, but of human hands doing something nearly impossible well. You wake up to the familiar rasp of limestone dust in your nose and the distant thump 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 of sleds being dragged across packed sand. But something feels off. There's tension in the air, less shouting, more whispering. Even Hapu seems subdued as he hands out assignments, mumbling yours like he'd rather be anywhere else. You're told to report to a structure just south of the plateau. A stone building surrounded by guards with a reed canopy strung across its entrance, and a dozen workers standing awkwardly outside. You ask what's going on. Inquisition, someone mutters. The priesthood's here. You don't like the sound of that. Apparently, one of the scribes recorded strange marks on a block inside the pyramid, a set of glyphs that don't match any known script. There are rumors, of course, always are. People whisper of curses of gods, displeased of omens. Now the temple authorities have sent inquisitors to investigate, and they're looking for explanations. The building is cool inside, lined with clay jars and slabs of partially carved limestone. A group of priests in spotless white linen inspects the block in question. You catch a glimpse, it's subtle, almost hidden, a set of unusual symbols that twist sharply and don't resemble hieroglyphs at all. They're etched shallowly near the edge, almost like a code. Sabotage, one priest says. Foreign script, another mutters. A third squints and pronounces, definitely unholy. A scribe steps forward and explains that the mark was likely a quarry crew notation used to identify which batch the block belonged to. He even shows similar markings on other stones, some scratched hastily, others painted on in red ochre. But the priests aren't convinced. They argue that the unusual design is a bad omen, perhaps even a sign of divine disapproval. One recommends purifying the chamber. Another suggests tearing out the block entirely. You stand silently, hoping they don't ask you anything. Eventually, the high priest arrives. He's older, slower, but sharp-eyed. He listens to both sides, examines the block himself, and then gives a surprising verdict. Seal it. Leave it buried. The pharaoh must rest above it. The gods will decide. And just like that, the block becomes an artifact of silent controversy. Not removed, not explained, just ignored. Historians still argue over strange or mismatched markings found in the pyramid's hidden passages, some of which seem unconnected to the main structure's known phases of construction. Were they mistakes? Pranks, secret signs from rival cults, or just the ancient equivalent of Kilroy was here? You return to the ramp cruise uneasy, not scared exactly, but unsettled. You've spent weeks shaping stone hauling blocks, solving problems with sweat and rope. But here, suddenly is a moment where reason isn't enough, where faith and fear rule. At lunch, the mood is tense. People eat quickly, speak softly. One man claims to have seen a jackal watching the site. Anubis in disguise, he says. Another claims the air in the king's chamber has turned heavy, like breath in your ears. You've heard all this before, of course. But this time, it spreads faster. Nervous minds latch onto mysteries like vines on old stone. Later that day, you're reassigned to help finish a corner section near the temple causeway. The work helps, it's grounding. Literal. You chip polish and align, and for a while, things feel normal again. But just before sunset, a commotion breaks out near the base of the pyramid. A young worker, barely older than a boy, has collapsed. His skin is pale, his breaths shallow. The physician says it's sun sickness, worsened by dehydration. But the whispers begin before the stretcher even arrives. They say he touched the cursed block. You clench your jaws. You've seen superstition before, but today it's thick as the dust in your lungs. Rational minds are being tested. After the sun sets and the stars return, you sit by the fire with Neshi and a few others. He's carving something into a bit of scrap wood, a tiny cartouche with his name and the glyph for stone. A personal token. You worried, you ask. He shrugs. Worried about what, that the gods might strike us down for a squiggle, or that the wrong priest gets promoted and shuts the whole project down over a symbol. He pauses, then adds, no. I'm worried that someone drops a block on my foot. That's what really ends a man. You nod. It's a good reminder. As the wind picks up and the stars twinkle above the still silhouette of the pyramid, you feel both the weight of what you're part of and the fragility of it. Faith, superstition, politics, all layered into the very stone you're setting. You roll onto your mat and close your eyes, trying not to picture strange symbols glowing in the dark or forgotten gods returning for their due. Tomorrow you go back to the ramps, back to stone and sweat. And for now, that's enough. After yesterday's swirl of priests and paranoia, today feels quieter. Not in sound hammers still ring out, ropes still creak, and the ever-present chorus of shouting continues. But the mood has settled. The inquisitors have packed up their scrolls and suspicions and moved on to somewhere else, perhaps, to investigate a haunted pot or a beetle with too many legs. You meanwhile have been assigned to assist in a place you've only heard about in whispers, the granite chamber deep within the pyramid. This isn't the main king's chamber where you've helped before. No, this is a small echoing room being constructed near the heart of the structure, a space made entirely of black granite, hauled all the way from Aswan, some 900 kilometers to the south. It's dark down here, cool. The air tastes faintly of minerals and sweat. Every footstep sounds like you've woken something. You try not to let your imagination take that thought too far. The granite blocks used here are monstrous, smooth, heavy, and so hard that copper tools barely scratch them. Instead, masons use pounding stones made of dolerite, a dense igneous rock that's basically nature's sledgehammer. It takes hours, days, even to shape a single face. Your task is to help maneuver a slab into place on the chamber's western wall. There are 6 of you on the job, and 2 of you are just there to keep the oil lamps steady. The rest are armed with levers and wooden sled runners, easing the block millimeter by millimeter along a precisely measured trench. The master mason says nothing as he works. He just watches the block with hawk eyes, tapping gently with a stick every time a correction is needed. Thwip, adjust left. Thwip, lift the corner. Thwip, pause and breathe. At one point, the slab shifts perfectly into position, and everyone freezes. Not because something's wrong, but because something's right. The block sits flush, perfectly flush with its neighbor. You could run a fingernail along the seam and not find a single gap. You look to the master mason, waiting for him to say something. He doesn't. He just places his hand on the stone and nods once slowly. Approval delivered in silence. Later, you help mix gypsum plaster for a ceiling groove. Not mortar, strictly speaking, just a smoothing compound for some of the interior surfaces, even though most of the pyramid is built dry without cement. Small spaces like this sometimes require a finishing touch. You stir until your arms burn, then pour the slurry along the seam. During the midday break, you speak with one of the transport team leaders who helped bring the granite blocks here from Aswan. He tells you the story with dramatic flair, how the stones were floated down the Nile on rafts guided by skilled boatmen who had to navigate shallow channels, unpredictable floods, and the occasional hippo that mistook the raft for a rival. Historians still debate how those stones were lifted into place once they arrived. Some say ramps were built inside the pyramid's core. Others believe the blocks were hauled upward through ever-narrowing passages. Either way, you believe one thing for sure. It took a level of planning and effort that most people today wouldn't believe. After lunch, you're given a rare privilege, assisting inside the chamber's ceiling cavity, where a series of granite beams are being stacked to form a pressure-relieving structure above the burial chamber. These beams will bear the weight of thousands of tons of stone above. One wrong angle, and the chamber collapses like a badly cut onion. You help grease the wooden rails, then watch as a team hauls a beam upward using a series of levers, ropes, and sweat. There's no shouting. Everyone moves with slow, coordinated precision. No one wants to be the reason a 5-ton rock goes sideways. At one point, the head engineer gestures for silence and places a flat wooden board on the beam. He taps it gently. The sound echoes perfectly, a deep humming resonance that rolls down the walls like thunder trapped in a jar. You feel it more than hear it. It sings, he whispers. When balanced, you don't know what to say, but deep in your chest, you feel it, that low, calm vibration. The pyramid isn't just rock, it breathes. Back at camp, you try to explain it to Neshi over dinner. It sang, you say, holding a lump of bread midair. Like, it actually made a sound. He nods unsurprised. Course it did. Everything alive makes sound. Why not a pyramid? You laugh. It's made of stone. So are drums. Point taken. That night, as you lie on your mat, your muscles sore from lifting, but your ears still buzzing from the chamber's song. You think about how much thought goes into this place. Every block, every seam, every echo is chosen. This isn't just a tomb, it's a system. You drift off with the image of that perfect slab fitting into place. And somewhere in the back of your dreams, the stone sings again, low deep and forever. You start the day brushing stone dust off your shoulders from the night before, still half expecting the granite chamber to hum in your ears again. It doesn't, but your back does. Every vertebra protests, like it wants its own union. Today you're back on the outer side, helping a crew stationed near the base of the Great Pyramid's southern face. The morning light turns the limestone pale gold, and for a moment, it's almost beautiful. Until you trip over a length of rope and fall flat on your face. A good omen. Your task seems simple move. Cut limestone blocks from the holding yard to the next row under construction. But as you begin, a gust of desert wind sweeps across the plateau, kicking up sand and scattering workers' tools and headcloths. A few men curse as the wind picks up. You hear someone mutter, "The desert's angry again." You look up. A group of Bedouins has arrived on the edge of the site, travelers from the western deserts. They're not uncommon here. Nomadic groups often pass through trading in supplies, offering livestock, sometimes working a few days in exchange for food. But today, they've come to speak with the overseers. You don't catch much of the conversation, but you do hear one line clearly. "We saw light last night. Above the stone mountain." Your ears perk up. So do others. Whispers ripple through the crews like water down a cracked jar. Light. What kind of light? One of the elders gestures toward the horizon. Not fire, not torch. A pale beam, silent, from the sky. Now this gets people talking. It doesn't help that odd things have been happening lately. A storage hut found with all the water jars frozen solid overnight. A set of stones appearing rearranged after a dust storm with no footprints around them. Strange noises heard during night shifts deep under the ramps. Some of your crew try to laugh it off. Maybe Khufu's spirit is checking our progress. Another mutters, maybe someone's had too much date wine. But Neshi, who's been unbothered by most superstitions so far, looks troubled. The desert doesn't play tricks without reason, he says. Still, you all keep working. During your midday break, you walk to a higher ridge on the plateau, not far from the Sphinx. Yes, that lion-bodied guardian, who now sits half-buried and weather-worn. From there, you look across the sands and spot something unusual in the distance. A circular impression in the dune, as if a massive bowl had been pressed into it. Smooth, perfect. Too perfect, you ask around. A few say it's a collapsed well. Others claim a sand spirit passed through. One young stonemason whispers, "I heard that's where the gods land when they come down to teach geometry." Sure, why not? Historians still puzzle over certain desert markings and tales, from oral traditions, stories that describe stars that move or lights with no flame. Are they exaggerations, meteorites, imaginative storytelling passed through generations? Back on site, a more immediate mystery unfolds. One of the crew finds a palm leaf box half buried near the stone stacks, containing small copper tools, still sharp, unused, wrapped in linen. But no one knows whose they are. They don't match any team's markings. The linen isn't Egyptian weave. The design of the tools is slightly off. Familiar but strange. Like someone copied the real thing from memory, but missed a few details. The box is taken to the scribes, who begin their own quiet investigation. You finish the day polishing another section of casing stone, trying to keep your mind on the curve of the slope, rather than celestial beams and mystery boxes. But it's hard to ignore the shift in atmosphere. Everyone feels it, like the site is holding its breath. That evening, a desert storm kicks up faster than usual, whipping sand across the plain, erasing footprints and blurring the horizon. You and others take shelter near the workers' barracks, huddled beneath a half-built awning, listening to the wind howl like a living thing. Someone tells a story of the stonewalkers' beings who glide across the plateau at night, leaving no tracks, touching no tools, but rearranging things. You roll your eyes, but don't interrupt. When the storm fades, the sky clears quickly, revealing a blanket of stars so sharp they look hammered into the heavens. You trace Orion as always, and Sirius twinkling nearby. They seem closer tonight. You glance back at the pyramid. Its sides gleam faintly in the starlight. For a moment, it doesn't look man-made at all. It looks placed. Not that you believe that. You've hauled the stones. You've bled on them. You know who built this thing. And yet the desert is wide. The stars are old. And sometimes, even a builder has to wonder. The next day, the storm's traces linger like ghosts. Sand lies in thin drifts across the scaffolding, half-bearing ropes and tools. You spend the morning clearing walkways and dusting off ramps, brushing grit out of joints so tight it can't even wedge between blocks. The wind may have passed, but it left whispers behind. You're called back to the pyramid's interior again. Not for granite hauling this time, but to assist in a curious inspection, the eye carved into the ceiling of a lesser-known chamber. You've heard about it in passing, mostly from masons, complaining it's just decoration, or another useless symbol that makes us climb. But now it's drawing attention. The chamber is small, tucked along one of the narrow ascending corridors, accessible only by ducking through a knee-high passage and climbing a short wooden ladder. Inside the ceiling is a polished slab of limestone, and at its center is an eye just one wide, carved in low relief and deeply unsettling. It stares straight down at you, and for a moment you stare back. One of the temple scribes is already inside, pacing in slow circles. He's holding a papyrus scroll and muttering measurements to himself. It's not centered, he says. It should align with the wall seam, but it doesn't. It's off by 3 fingers to the west. You ask what that means. He looks up frowning. It means someone did this on purpose. The carving itself isn't particularly large, just a span of about 2 cubits. But the detail is oddly fine. The eye's edges are smooth, the iris etched with tiny lines that catch the light. It's not just an artistic flourish. It's designed to watch, or seem like it does. You help set up a small platform so another worker can climb and examine the stone around the eye. While they scrape at the dust and trace glyphs with oil to read hidden symbols, you take a moment to observe the chamber's layout. It doesn't match others you've seen. The proportions feel off, not wrong, but different. Almost like someone repurposed an older design or snuck in their own plan when no one was looking. Later, while helping the scribe document the chamber, you learn that this eye isn't mentioned in any of the official blueprints. It's not on Hemiolu's plans, he says. Not on the drafts, the layer charts, or even the priestly records. But the stone was set early. This was planned. Just not by the people we thought. That gives you pause. Historians still debate whether certain chambers or carvings in the pyramid were made for symbolic, functional, or ritual purposes. But this one, no name, no dedication, no clear religious context, just a staring eye and silence. As you leave the chamber, the scribe mutters something half to himself. They say the eye watches the soul on its path, that if your heart is unbalanced, it closes. You raise an eyebrow, closes. He shrugs. Just a story. But you glance back one last time before ducking out, and you're almost certain that the shadow around the eye has changed. Back outside the workday resumes as usual. Stones are lifted, sleds creak, sweat falls. You join a polishing crew on the northern side, where the casing stones are nearly complete. The angle here catches the sun differently. Less blinding, more glowing. You can see the face of the pyramid starting to take on that mirror-like sheen described by temple poets. While you work, a fellow laborer tells you a story passed down by his grandfather, who worked on a shrine near Dendera. He said, "Some temples aren't built for people. They're built for stars, for watching, not worship." You nod. That sounds like a good way to justify weird architecture. He grins. Or maybe the stars get bored. By the end of the day, the carving in the ceiling is still bothering you. It wasn't grand. It wasn't gold. But it felt intentional. Like a quiet decision made by someone with authority. Someone who didn't need to explain themselves. Back in the village, you find Neshi cleaning his sandals with a strip of cloth and wine vinegar, an old trick he swears by. You tell him about the eye. He snorts. Of course there's an eye. The whole pyramid's an eye. Don't you see, it looks up. It always has. You raise your brow. You think that's the design. I think the pharaoh wants to be seen. Even after death. Especially after death. That night, sleep doesn't come quickly. You lie on your mat, staring up at the sky, wondering how many eyes watch from up there. Stars blink. A breeze stirs. Somewhere, an owl hoots. You close your eyes, but that stone carving stays with you, cold, precise, unblinking. You've hauled stones, carved blocks, aligned ramps. You've bled into this structure, and now it's watching back. You should be working on the western ramp today, smoothing joints, checking haul ropes, the usual business of hoisting eternity one block at a time. But you're not, because something has happened. Just after sunrise, a group of guards rushed past the labor village, headed toward the northeastern quarry ridge. When guards run, workers whisper. By the time your team finishes breakfast, the rumor has already spread. A strange structure was discovered beyond the eastern dunes. One that isn't on any scribe's record and wasn't there yesterday. You're not officially assigned to the investigation, but Hapu mutters something about stone doesn't move by itself and sends a small group, including you, to go assist the confused. The walk takes half an hour. The sun rises higher, your feet sink into sand, and then, just as you crest a ridge, you see it. Nestled in a shallow basin below is a smooth stone mound, half covered in sand. But this isn't a pile of rubble. It's shaped. It curves inward at the top, with sharp angles that look more carved than weathered. You squint. The surface is polished, too polished. No tool marks, no chisel lines, just smoothness. You circle it warily. There are no obvious entrances, but a faint seam runs along one side, almost like a hidden doorway. You run your hand along it. The stone is cool, cooler than the desert air, which makes no sense at all. Nearby, a group of workers has already begun excavating more of the mound, brushing away sand with palm fronds and potsherds. One shouts, then backs away. He's uncovered a circular opening at the base like a vent or tunnel mouth. No one volunteers to go in. You sit back and try to understand what you're looking at. A tomb, a forgotten shrine, a pile of unusually cooperative rocks. But you've seen shrines, you've seen tombs, and nothing about this matches what you know. One of the priests is called in. He arrives sweaty, flustered, and muttering prayers under his breath. He declares the site a beehive of Seth, a cursed thing, and recommends immediate sealing. But the engineers think otherwise. "We've never seen this design," one of them says, almost reverently. "Not even in Heliopolis. The lines are too clean." They begin taking measurements, recording the mound's curvature, its alignment with the sun, its proportions. You hear one say, "The angle here is nearly the same as the pyramid's face. Exactly 51.5 degrees. Coincidence maybe. Or maybe someone or something had similar design preferences." Historians still debate reports of non-standard structures found near pyramid complexes, especially ones that don't appear in formal records. Some claim they were old staging zones. Others whisper of cult sites or abandoned experiments in design. A few, always from the fringe, suggest these sites were never meant for humans at all. You stay until mid-afternoon, helping to mark and map the structure's edges. You sketch a rough plan in the sand, a circle with flattened sides. Not quite a dome, not quite a pyramid, something in between. Before you leave, the engineers begin a test. They place a copper chisel flat against the stone and let go. It slides. No one touched it. No slope, no breeze. The chisel simply moves slowly, deliberately, along the curve of the stone, as if something beneath the surface pulled it gently forward. Everyone watches in silence. Then someone quietly places a linen cloth over the opening, and you all pretend you didn't see anything unusual. That evening, back at camp, the story spreads like fire. The workers call it the alien beehive. Some claim to have seen a glow from its base. Others swear they heard humming. You don't add to the rumors, but you also don't correct them. Over dinner, Neshi chuckles at the retellings. "So now, the pyramid has neighbors," he says. "Tell me when it starts borrowing tools." You grin. But you also remember that chisel. how it moved, how the engineers didn't explain it, how they didn't even try. Before bed, you sketch the mound in the dirt beside your mat. Just a curve, a seam, and a single line, 51.5 degree. Then you wipe it away. Tonight the desert feels a little quieter than usual. The stars are sharp. The pyramid looms massive and unmoving. But somewhere beyond the dunes, something sits that wasn't there before. And it might still be humming. You expect things to return to normal the next day. Back to ramps, pulleys, sweat. Maybe a little nervous laughter about mysterious stone mounds and self-propelled chisels. But the moment you step onto the site, you know something's different. The workers are quiet. Overseers are whispering, not barking orders. The scribe office is sealed. And worst of all, your job today is underground. You're called to assist a crew reinforcing a newly discovered passage beneath the pyramid's base. It was found after yesterday's sandstorm washed away part of an old staging ramp. The entrance had been hidden under layers of debris, tucked between retaining walls and shadow. No one knows where it leads. Your team is small, just 6 of you, and a single torchlit guide. You squeeze through a narrow shaft, barely wider than your shoulders. The air grows cooler with every step, and the sound of the world above fades into muffled stillness. This is no accident. The walls are too smooth, too even. You run your fingers along them, solid limestone carved in straight lines that curve gently downward. Not like a tomb shaft which descends fast. This one glides. The tunnel opens into a low vaulted chamber, just tall enough to stand upright. And there in the center, something waits. It's not a sarcophagus. It's not a statue. It's an object unlike anything you've seen in Egypt. About the size of a grain chest, but smooth all around, with no seams or lid. Carved from black stone that absorbs the torchlight instead of reflecting it. You circle it cautiously, half expecting it to hum or whisper or open. It does none of those things, but the air is different here. Thicker, like breathing underwater. One of the men tries to shift the object with a pry bar. It doesn't move, not even a tremble. Another places his ear near it, listens, then jolts back like he touched hot metal. No sound, he whispers. None at all. Not even the torch crackling. You test it yourself. He's right. There's no echo. No ambient noise. The object eats sound the way it swallows light. You step back unsettled. The scribe leading the team begins sketching the chamber. He notes that it lies directly beneath the central axis of the pyramid. Not a coincidence. Someone placed this here for a reason. Foundation stone, one worker suggests. No, the scribe mutters. It's not Egyptian. No cliffs, no marks, not even wear. I don't think it was carved at all. That's when you hear it. Not a sound, but a feeling, a vibration in your ribs. Very faint, rhythmic, like the heartbeat of the earth. The others feel it too. You lock eyes in the dark. No one says a word. Eventually, the scribe orders the chamber sealed for now. No movement, no lifting. Just a sandstone block rolled over the entrance, as if to tell history. Not yet. Back on the surface, you squint at the sun, almost grateful for the glare. The pyramid looks unchanged, towering, stable. But you now know there's something inside it that defies explanation. Historians still debate reports of secret chambers and voids within the Great Pyramid. Some have been found with radar, others are rumored in old writings, but no one agrees what they're for: relieving pressure, storing rituals, or something no one has guessed yet. You return to normal duties after that, moving tools, fixing pulleys, but your mind isn't on the ropes. It's back in that chamber, trying to make sense of the object, the silence, the stillness. It wasn't a tomb or a trap or treasure. It was waiting. You're sure of that. Back at the labor village, no one speaks of the object. Not directly. But you hear coded phrases. The heart of the stone. The whisperless box. Someone even calls it the thing that sleeps. You find Neshi carving a game board into a plank and sit beside him. After a while, you ask, you ever feel like something down there isn't just stone? He doesn't look up. Every day, even something not built by us, he finally meets your gaze. You think we're the first people who try to leave something that lasts forever. That night, as you lie on your mat, the wind is still. The fire crackles. A dog barks in the distance. All the usual sounds of camp, except one is missing. You don't hear your own breath. Just for a moment, then slowly it returns, and you wonder if somewhere below your feet that object is listening. The following morning the sun rises as usual. You, however, do not feel usual. You feel strange. Not sick, no fever, no cramps, no evil dreams involving beetles crawling out of your ears, but something in your bones feels too light, as if someone scraped out your weariness while you slept. You stretch. No backache, no sore wrists, no foot blisters screaming like spoiled nobles. Odd. You're not the only one. Around the fire, others murmur the same thing. One man claims his chronic shoulder pain vanished overnight. Another says his torn sandal strap, frayed for weeks, somehow rewove itself. Someone else insists their eyesight feels sharper. Neshi reads a stone label from 20 paces and shouts, "The gods have upgraded me." Jokes, of course. But the energy shift is real. You're assigned to temple duty, again helping prepare part of the outer courtyard beside the pyramid. It's dull work, smoothing flooring stones, laying down ceremonial plinths, occasionally avoiding ceremonial yelling. But even under the sun's full wrath, you barely break a sweat. Everyone is faster today, sharper. The scribe takes note. The foreman offers extra bread. One of the priests watches closely and mutters, "Too much health invites imbalance." That's the first warning. By midday, 3 more workers report unexplained bursts of energy. A man with a crooked leg now walks straight. A young boy with a stammer suddenly recites a hymn without faltering. Someone points to the pyramid and says, "It's doing something to us." You laugh, but you glance at the stone too. You recall yesterday's buried chamber. The object that didn't echo. The rhythm in your chest that wasn't your own. Could something beneath the pyramid be influencing the people around it? Historians still puzzle over how ancient workers achieved such monumental construction with no wheels, no iron tools, and limited technology. Some attribute it to clever engineering and nutrition. Others, fringe thinkers, mostly suggest the pyramid itself resonated in ways that enhanced strength coordination or healing. No proof, of course, just stories. But today's stories feel plausible. By late afternoon, the overseers call a meeting, something rarely done. Hapu speaks quietly but firmly. Strange signs are stirring the priests. Don't engage in speculation. Don't speak to visitors. Keep working. That's when the word plague starts being whispered. Not because anyone's sick, but because no one is. Even minor cuts are healing faster. Blisters fade overnight. Someone who normally coughs through his shift doesn't. It's unnatural. And unnatural things are in this world dangerous. That evening you're summoned again by the survey team. But instead of angles and chalk lines, they hand you a sealed jar and ask for help retrieving a soil sample from beneath the pyramid's northern base. You go, you dig. The soil is dry but strangely metallic. You pass the sample to the scribes and get no explanation. But on your way back, you see something that stops you cold. A bird of falcon is perched on one of the scaffolds. Not strange in itself. Falcons are sacred here. But this one has markings on its wings, symmetrical dark bands that form a perfect triangle on either side. You blink. It flies off silent as a breeze. You tell no one. Back at camp, the mood has turned cautious. No more jokes about divine upgrades. Now the cook boils everything twice. The older priest refuses to touch bread without blessing it. Even the animals seem quieter. Neshi sits beside you, gnawing on a sprig of mint. What if it's the pyramid, he asks. What if it's active? You snort. It's not a temple, Neshi. It's a tomb. He shrugs. But what if it's also a door? You don't sleep well that night. The mat feels too soft. The breeze too cold. You lie there, wondering how you can feel so healthy, and yet so uneasy. In your dreams, you're inside the pyramid, again walking corridors that shift like sand. The stone breathes, the walls whisper, and at the center, the object waits, still silent, still listening. When you wake, your blistered hand is gone. Perfect skin, smooth as if you'd never lifted a single block. You stare at it for a long time and decide, without knowing, why not to tell anyone. You keep your healed hand wrapped in linen that day, even though there's no wound to protect. Not out of fear, but caution. You're not the only one hiding small miracles. A man who limped for months now runs to fetch water. A cook's scar, long considered permanent, fades to a faint pink shadow. No one talks about it directly, but everyone's watching. You're back on capstone prep duty today, a serious task. The pyramid summit still lies unfinished, and although the main bulk rises gloriously, a smooth, flat platform now waits for the final stone. That last block will be the Ben, the sacred point, a marker, a crown, and possibly something else. You've heard dozens of rumors about it. That it's made of gold, that it came from the stars, that it hums when touched. The truth, it hasn't arrived yet. Your job is to help carve the platform base that will hold it, a wide flat surface designed with flawless angles. Any mistake here and the final stone won't sit properly. So you chisel slow. You file the edges until they shine. Every stroke counts. Nearby, one of the master architects is giving instructions using a long copper plumb line suspended from a tripod. It's elegant in its simplicity. He drops the line checks. Its shadow makes a mark in the dust. You've seen this technique dozens of times, but something about his care today feels heavier. You ask why the extra scrutiny, because once the Ben's placed, he says, There's no turning back. You wait for clarification. He offers none. Later, the team brings up a mock capstone, not the real one, but a test block made of polished limestone. It's heavy, shaped like a squat pyramid. Not too large, maybe shoulder height, but dense and precise. You help guide it into position with ropes and levers. The moment it settles, a hush falls. One of the engineers steps forward and pours water at its base. The water runs perfectly along the stone edge and drips evenly off all four sides. Balance. Historians still debate the original material of the Great Pyramid's capstone. Was it gold-plated electrum, or just a polished limestone piece that reflected the sun? Ancient records are maddeningly vague. Some suggest the benben was never placed at all. Others insist it was removed in later centuries, stolen or hidden. But today, even this mock version feels powerful. In the afternoon, a group of royal courtiers arrives unexpectedly. That's rare. They're finely dressed, wearing kohl-lined eyes and perfume that smells like date honey and cedar. You move aside as they pass. One of them, tall, silent, hooded, pauses to look at the test capstone. He says nothing, but his presence makes your neck prickle. A few workers whisper after they leave. That's the dream reader, someone says. He speaks to the pharaoh while he sleeps. You don't laugh at that. By late afternoon, the real benben still hasn't appeared. But scouts arrive with news a special convoy is approaching from the south, bearing a sealed cart covered in black cloth. Neshi leans over and whispers, "If that's just another block, I'll eat my sandals." You smile, but you're watching the horizon too. Before sunset, the overseers order all non-essential workers down the ramps. You're not technically essential, but somehow you're not asked to leave. As twilight descends, the cart reaches the base of the pyramid. Its wheels are carved from solid cedar. The oxen are dyed with blue streaks. 4 guards step down and begin unlatching the side panels. And you see it. Not gold, not stone, but something else. The object is wrapped in linen layers, upon layers sealed with wax and copper thread. It doesn't reflect the torchlight. It bends it like heat on the horizon, like water. One of the engineers reaches out to touch it. "Don't," says the hooded courtier. The air shifts. Everyone steps back. That night, no one is allowed to speak of what was seen. The benben is carried to a sealed chamber under guard. Placement will not happen until the proper alignment. You lie on your mat, heart racing. You've moved blocks, dug pits, chipped stone, but nothing has felt like this. The pyramid until now has been a monument. Tomorrow it may become something more. You wake before dawn to a sound you don't recognize. It's not the usual bustle of carts, or the cawing of ibis, or even the rhythmic chant of workers tuning their muscles for the day ahead. No, this sound is deep, resonant, a low hum pulsing faintly through the air, like a long breath held just beneath the ground. You sit up. The rest of the village is stirring too. Men whisper. Children stop mid-yawn. Even the animals are quiet. No bleating goats. No barking dogs. You step outside and look toward the pyramid. The summit glows. Not with fire. Not with torchlight. But with a pale silvery shimmer. As if the very air above it has thickened into liquid light. You squint, rub your eyes, and see that the capstone is still not placed, but the platform reflects the sky like polished obsidian. The benben is still wrapped, still waiting. You're called to the summit again. Only a small team is allowed this high, now engineers, high priests, and a few chosen assistants. You don't question why you're among them. You just climb one careful step after another, higher than any man is meant to be. At the summit platform, everything is silent. Even the wind seems afraid to speak. The hooded courtier is there again. So is the dream reader. And now so is the pharaoh. You've never seen him in person. Only his statues, his likeness carved in divine profile, too perfect to be real. But now he stands at the edge of the stone platform, wrapped in linen and gold, his face painted with the stillness of the gods. He says nothing, but he nods. The gods lift the shrouded object and bring it forward. As the last linen layers peel away, the benben is revealed. It is not stone, not metal, not wood. It looks almost fluid, though it does not move. Its surface flickers faintly, as if reflecting stars that are not yet in the sky. It has edges, but they do not stay still. Angles, but they bend gently. You realize then, this is not a capstone. This is a signal. The engineers say nothing. The priests murmur hymns. The pharaoh steps back, raising a hand, and the benben is placed. The moment it touches the platform, the entire pyramid gives a single resonant pulse. You feel it in your bones, your teeth, your breath. Not a shake, but a wave. Like standing in a bell, the size of a mountain. Then silence. Then music, not played, not sung, emanated. A single harmonic tone, rich and full, vibrating through the stone itself. The hooded courtier closes his eyes. The dream reader smiles. The priests drop to their knees. You're frozen watching the light gather above the benben, and then suddenly nothing. It's over. The glow fades. The hum stops. The sky returns to its usual dusty blue. The benben now sits inert, looking no more unusual than a burnished block of basalt. But you know, everyone knows. Something has begun. Later, you overhear the priests debating. Some say the tone was a blessing from Ra. Others claim it was an acknowledgement, a reply to a question no one remembers asking. Historians still speculate about the pyramid's purpose beyond being a tomb. Astronomical observatory, geodetic marker, spiritual machine. While most maintain the structure was ceremonial fringe, scholars have long argued that its summit once housed something that spoke to the heavens. You spend the afternoon inspecting joints on the lower ramps, trying to focus. But your hands move without thinking. Your mind is still 450 feet in the air. That night you lie awake with Neshi beside the fire. He hasn't said much all day. Eventually he mutters, "That wasn't human." You nod. "Do you think it worked?" "I think something answered." You reply. He shivers. "What if it answers again?" You don't know. No one does. But the pyramid no longer feels like a place. It feels like a message, and now it's been sent. You spend the next morning waiting for something, anything to happen. A crack in the sky. A pillar of light. A second pyramid slowly rising from the sand. Something worthy of the moment you witnessed. But no, the birds chirp. The overseers shout. Someone gets bit by a donkey. Life continues. You're reassigned to the base again, this time helping restore one of the retaining walls that lines the southern plaza. It's hot, repetitive work. You wedge bricks, damp clay, smooth mud plaster. Your body moves as though last night never happened. But your mind, that's another matter. You keep seeing the Ben in your memory. Not just its shape or shimmer, but the sound it made, low, pure harmonic. Not music as you know it. Something older. More structural. Around midday, a scribe from the Royal Archive arrives with a request. He's looking for unusual markings that may have appeared on site, anything not part of the official construction plan. You mention the older quarry marks the odd cliffs, the eye in the chamber. He nods but takes no notes. Then he asks a strange question. Have you heard of the second light? You haven't. He explains legend holds that when the true pyramid is complete, a second light, visible only to the gods, will appear in the sky above it. Not sunlight, not starlight. A light made of structure. Geometry so perfect, it echoes across space. You blink. That's poetic. He smiles faintly. It's also architectural. Later that afternoon, a group of Nubian stonemasons arrives to assist with a new retaining basin. They're quiet, respectful, but they bring with them a story. They say a pillar of fire was seen on the horizon last night, somewhere west of Thebes. One of them swears it hovered for minutes, then collapsed into itself, with a sound like stone breaking underwater. You notice something else, a fresh symbol carved into one of their tools. Not a glyph, not a name, just 3 lines forming a triangle nested within a larger one. You've seen it before, etched faintly near the stone mound in the eastern dunes. You ask where they got it. It came in a dream, one of them replies. The hair on your arms rises. You try to distract yourself by hauling palm logs, back-breaking normal labor. But your thoughts keep drifting. What if the pyramid didn't just reach up? What if it was built to pull something down? That night, the stars are unusually clear. Orion gleams directly above the pyramid's point. You remember the myths. Orion is Osiris, god of resurrection. The pyramid shafts, they say, were aligned to guide the pharaoh's soul to him. But now you wonder, what if it wasn't the soul being guided? What if it was something else? Historians still argue whether the Great Pyramid's so-called air shafts served practical or ritual purposes. Some point to their celestial alignments. Sirius Orion's belt the pole star as evidence of star worship. Others say they were purely architectural, to relieve pressure or ventilate the chambers. But just a few, have suggested the shafts were part of a signal system, one that could reach far beyond Earth. You fall asleep at last, head spinning, and dream of stone. In the dream, the pyramid floats, not above the desert, but above the Earth itself, adrift in stars. Its capstone hums with power. Its sides flash like mirrors. And in every direction, shapes begin to stir. Geometry is not faces, angles not arms. Something is listening, and something else is drawing closer. You wake in a sweat breath shallow, and the Ben hums just once so faintly. You wonder if you imagined it, but you know you didn't. The next morning is all sun and sand and sharp voices. The pyramid looking perfectly ordinary under a sky that has no business being so calm. You drag yourself to the water station for your fill, only to hear that 2 men from the northern quarry have vanished. Left no tools, left no notes, just gone. This isn't the kind of disappearance that inspires songs. It's the kind that stops conversations mid-word. You're sent oddly to assist a stone carver named Anand, an older, quiet man who's worked on nearly every temple from Karnak to Saqqara. You've seen him around always with his measuring sticks and a peculiar set of polished pebbles used for alignment. Today, he's been asked to inspect the resonance of the inner corridor, the passage that runs from the Queen's chamber upward towards the grand gallery. Not the sound of stone, he tells you, eyes twinkling. The sound between the stones. You think he's joking, until he taps one block and places a wax board against it. He listens, waits, then nods, still breathing. Sure, why not? The corridor narrows as you move upward. This is where blocks get strange. They're not just massive, they're placed with such precision that you can't slide a reed between them. And yet no binding agent, just weight pressure and genius. Anand points to a thin groove along the ceiling, one you've never noticed. That's not for decoration. That's a waveguide. A what? To carry vibration like a copper wire for sound. You try to argue sound doesn't travel through stone the way it does in air. But he just smiles and presses a bronze chisel flat against the groove. The chisel trembles. No one's hammering. No one's even walking above you. Yet the tool hums softly, as if catching something too faint for ears. Historians still argue about the purpose of the Grand Gallery. Some say it was ceremonial, a symbolic staircase to the stars. Others think it was simply architectural, needed to offset weight above the king's chamber. But then, there are a few architects and physicists, mostly, who've suggested it might have been part of a larger resonance system. Something meant to collect or direct energy. Something not unlike an instrument. You follow Anan to the base of the gallery, where he begins sketching spirals. Not spirals like snail shells. Spirals like wavefronts, ripples echoing outward from a central source. He asks you to place your palm on the wall. You do. It's warm. Not sun-warmed. Internally warm. A steady temperature too even for passive heat. The stones retain more than light and in murmurs. They retain intent. You think he's being poetic again. Then he produces a stone shard and balances it on the tip of a narrow reed. The shard, without wind, without motion, spins once and stops. You back away. He doesn't seem surprised. It's not just a monument, he says. It's calibrated. The rest of your day is filled with minor duties, moving fresh water jars, ferrying tools between crews, checking rope anchors. But everything feels like a performance now. Like the true work is happening in silence, beneath your feet, behind the smooth walls of polished limestone. After dinner, a small crowd forms near the carpenter's tent. One of the workers claims he saw a ball of light hovering above the pyramid's tip just before dusk. A globe the size of a date basket, silent, stationary, and then gone. You expect mockery, but no one laughs. They just nod eyes, wary, and go back to chewing lentils. Later, Neshi finds you staring up at the stars again. You think it's alive now, he asks. You don't answer immediately. Finally, I think it was always alive. We just weren't listening. He grins nervously. Well, next time it speaks, tell it not to erase the brick count log again. I had to redo the whole thing. You chuckle, but you don't deny it. That night, your dreams are different. No voices, no geometry. Just a hum that fills your chest, as if you've swallowed a bell that never stops ringing. You wake before dawn and find the air oddly still, and above the pyramid, just for a second, you think you see a ripple in the sky, like the stars blinked. You wake to confusion. The sun hasn't risen yet, but the camp is already in motion. Runners pass by your tent without speaking. Tools clatter to the ground. A woman from the plaster crew is crying into her hands. You pull on your robe and sandals, still half asleep, and step outside into a sky that looks wrong. There's a hole in the stars. It's not large, about the size of your palm, held at arm's length, but it's unmistakable. A circle where the stars refuse to shine. Not cloud, not dust, just absence. And it hovers directly above the pyramid. You rub your eyes, once, twice. It doesn't go away. You and Neshi are summoned to assist the scribes, who have set up camp higher on the pyramid's base. There, they're charting the sky, measuring angles, comparing what they see, with star maps carved into temple ceilings. They've brought with them a sacred plumb bob, forged from meteorite, meant only for the highest rituals. It trembles on its line, no wind to blame. The head scribe hands you a scroll and says, "Write only what you see, not what you fear." That's encouraging. Around mid-morning, the sun rises behind the haze, but still the circle remains. No glow, no movement, just void. By now the high priests have arrived dressed in full ceremonial garb. They encircle the pyramid's base and begin chanting. It's not one of the usual hymns. This one is older, rarely sung outside the inner sanctum. Even the air seems to hold its breath. Your job shifts to running messages up to the capstone, down to the plaza, back again. You pass the benben more than once. It no longer glows, but it feels alert, like an eye pretending to be closed. At noon, something changes. A group of workers from the east slope fall silent all at once, pointing toward the horizon. You follow their gaze. Something is coming. Not a chariot, not a sandstorm, not even birds. Just a shimmer like heat above the dunes, but it moves with purpose. It travels without wind, a ripple in the very air, moving straight towards the pyramid. It halts at the edge of the quarry. No one dares approach it. No one orders you to. And then a sound, high, clean, almost metallic. It rings out, once echoing across the stones. The benben responds. You hear a low tone rise from the summit, like the first note of a song you forgot you knew. The two tones blend, not like noise but like harmony. Then silence. Neshi mutters beside you. Are we still building something? Or has it already started working? You don't answer, because just then, the void in the sky begins to change. It doesn't fade. It cracks. A thin silver fracture appears through the center, like a lid being opened from the inside. And for the first time, you see something behind it. Not stars, not clouds, just a pattern, impossible to describe. Not letters, not numbers, just symmetry. Complex shifting symmetry. Like the pyramid reflected 1,000-fold in a black lake, and those reflections are watching back. Historians still argue whether pyramid alignments with celestial objects were symbolic or functional. Some say it was to guide the soul. Others argue it was to draw down power. But a few in the quietest circles suggest the alignments were coordinates. and that once activated, the structure could send or receive across unknown distances. Whatever it is, the thing in the sky, whatever stares through the silver crack, seems to recognize the pyramid. The Ben glows again, not blinding, not fire, just a soft, radiant pulse. 4 beats, then stillness, and the crack vanishes. The void closes like an eyelid. The sky returns to normal. Birds chirp. The wind stirs the dust. Everything resumes, but nothing is the same. That night you ask Neshi, "Do you think anyone else saw that?" He stares at the fire. If they did, will they believe it? You don't sleep. Not because of fear, but because you're listening for the sound to return. For the Ben to sing again. For the sky to blink. And if it does, you think, this time you'll answer back. Morning arrives, but it brings no clarity. The camp is quiet, too quiet. You'd expect a buzz after last night's sky-rending spectacle, but instead, there's only the soft clatter of water jars and the low murmur of cautious voices. No one mentions the void. No one speaks of the crack, the pattern, or the pulse. It's as if the whole event has folded itself neatly into collective amnesia. But you remember. Nishi remembers. And so, it seems, does the Ben. Today you've been reassigned to the king's chamber, deep within the pyramid's central belly. Not to move blocks, those days are behind you, but to assist in an inventory. The priests are cataloging everything that enters and exits the chamber now. Every tool, every scrap of linen, every breath you suspect. You step through the angled passage, the air growing thick and still. The chamber opens around you like a tomb, and a throne room at once massive granite blocks form its walls, perfectly squared, uncannily smooth. At the center lies the stone coffer, once thought to hold the pharaoh's body, now long empty. Except now the coffer has been changed. It's subtle. If you hadn't been here before, you might not notice. But you have. And now the stone looks smoother, its edges less worn. You run your fingers along the rim. It feels newly carved. But that's impossible. It's reforming, a voice says. You turn. It's the old architect Anen. Stone doesn't do that, you murmur. He smiles thinly. Not on its own. The priests are murmuring behind you. They're debating something. One says the coffer now resonates, that it sings at night. Another insists it's not the coffer that changed, but the chamber around it. That space itself has been tuned. A guard enters bearing a copper staff. He taps the chamber wall 3 times. Dong, dong, dong. The sound rings clean and long, echoing far longer than physics would normally allow. The third note lingers even after silence falls. You look at Anen. What are they trying to hear? Not here, he says. Measure, outside the pyramid, looks the same. But now a new detail is spreading quietly through the workforce tools, behaving strangely. A level balances itself before being set down. A measuring line shrinks slightly after exposure to the capstone's shadow. A pot of ink left near the western ramp, boiled without fire. Historians still argue about how ancient Egyptians achieved such precise architecture with simple tools. Some say they were just that good. Others whisper about lost knowledge of vibration and sound. One ancient scroll even refers cryptically to stones that obeyed the voice. You begin to wonder if the pyramid hasn't just been built. It's been awakened. At midday, you're asked to deliver a message to the inner antechamber, where a small group of priests and astronomers are gathered. Their parchment is littered with shapes and stars patterns you've never seen. One priest points to a spiral motif repeated across the map. It's not decorative, he says. It's a cycle. Something has begun. When you ask what it means, he looks up at the ceiling and whispers, "Return." You leave quickly. Later in the cool of the evening, Nishi finds you alone, tracing glyphs with a stick in the dust. He doesn't speak at first. Then he asks, "If this was never meant to be a tomb, what is it?" You consider this. The pyramid isn't just tall, it's centered. Perfectly placed, perfectly angled, aligned to the cardinal directions within a fraction of a degree. The stones cut and placed without mortar seem to fuse over time. The chambers hum, the capstone pulses, and the sky has noticed. You look at your friend and say, "The only thing that feels true, a machine." He nods slowly. "For what?" "I think we're still finding out." That night you lie awake in your tent, waiting, and just before your eyes close, you feel it again, a faint vibration deep in your chest. Not frightening, not loud, just present. The pyramid is doing something, and you're not sure anymore if humans ever really finished it. You dream again, and this time the pyramid is gone. In its place stands a shape that defies explanation, like a mirrored flame carved from silence, rising not from stone, but from logic itself. In the dream, you walk around it, and every side shows a different version of the same truth. Men lifting stones, stars bending down, a king who never died, and something vast curled just beneath the earth. You wake before dawn, heart racing. Outside the sky is overcast, strange for the season. A haze hangs above the horizon like a forgotten veil. You're summoned before the priests, along with Nishi and a handful of workers who were present during the Ben placement. The high priest, draped in layers of linen and gold, speaks softly. "We believe the pyramid has begun its conversation with what no one asks, but all eyes drift toward the sky. You're tasked with helping inspect a series of new shaft disturbances, small shifts in the stone lining of the narrow air tunnels that rise from the king's chamber toward the stars. The passages are barely wide enough for a child to crawl through, let alone grown workers. So instead, you help lower a small polished mirror into the western shaft, angling sunlight into its interior. For a moment, all you see is darkness. Then something gleams. The priest beside you peers down and gasps. The light bends. There's no bend in the shaft, but the light is turning. It shouldn't, but it is. You try again, adjusting the mirror's angle, and once more, the beam of sunlight curves gently, like water flowing along an invisible channel. Guided and mutters appearing behind you, just as intended. Historians still debate whether these shafts served symbolic or practical purposes. They align astonishingly well with key stars Orion's belt, Sirius, the pole star. Some believe they were spiritual guides. Others suggest they may have had physical functions, light channels, resonance tubes, or worse, listening ports. By midday, word spreads another circle of scorched earth has appeared just beyond the eastern dunes. This time, it's larger, and not alone. Two smaller circles, perfectly spaced, flank it like satellites. No one's willing to investigate them. Instead, you're pulled into another task, helping the astronomers mark a sudden shift in star positions. Not because the stars have moved, but because the pyramid's angles seem to see them differently now. The apex shadow length, usually precise to the cubit, is off by a handspan. Is the pyramid shrinking? Someone jokes nervously. But you all know it's not a joke. That night the stars seemed too bright, too close, and in the firelight, Neshi stares into the flames, whispering, "What if it's not done, building itself?" That sticks with you. All this time, you thought you were building a tomb. Then you thought you were building a signal. But now you wonder if the pyramid isn't a receiver or a transmitter, or even a monument. Maybe it's a key. And just maybe it's unlocking something. That night, the Ben hums again. Not a song, not a tone, just a single unblinking note. It lasts for 9 heartbeats, and then silence. But you feel something shift. Not in stone, not in sky, but in you. You don't wake. You arrive. There's no memory of sleep. Just the sharp presence of morning, the pyramid looming as always, and an undeniable feeling that something has changed inside your bones. You breathe deeply and feel aligned. Not well aligned, like your ribs have been tuned to some inaudible chord. Neshi notices too. He holds out his hand and flexes his fingers like he's testing the pull of invisible strings. Do you feel that he asks? You nod slowly. Everything feels lighter. You're called not to a work crew today, but to the inner sanctum. You've never been summoned there before. It's where only priests and royal scribes go, where the ceremonies too sacred for daylight are performed. Inside, the light is filtered through alabaster screens, casting honey-colored shadows on the floor. You kneel beside a small basin, washing your hands in water scented with blue lotus, and are then guided through a series of narrow halls into a circular chamber you never knew existed. And there, beneath the carved ceiling depicting Nut stretching across the sky, you see it. A replica of the pyramid, small enough to cradle resting atop a dark stone pedestal. It's made of gold electrum and something else, something that doesn't reflect the flame, but swallows it. The priest points to it. This, he says, is the harmonic twin. It mirrors the true pyramid. It sings when the pyramid sings. And now it will help us hear what the sky says back. He places a reed stylus on the side of the replica, angled just right. You wait skeptical, and then the stylus moves. It doesn't fall. It glides smoothly, slowly across the surface, leaving no mark but describing an arc. The priest smiles, not drawing, recording. Historians still argue whether the ancient Egyptians had models of their monuments. Some say they built scale versions for ritual or planning. Others believe such replicas were symbolic offering temples created to contain a fraction of divine power. A few even claim certain artifacts may have been used to read or mirror energy from the larger structure, though no such device has ever been confirmed. The priest hands you a sheet of papyrus and asks you to trace what you see. It looks like a spiral again, but tighter, more deliberate. This shape, he says, has appeared before, in dreams, in crop growth patterns, in star maps. It is the form of arrival. Arrival. The word sits uneasily in your stomach. You're allowed to leave the chamber just before midday. The sun is hot, but your skin doesn't sweat. Another oddity you don't mention. Outside, a rumor has begun to circulate. The stars have shifted. Not all of them, but 2 in Orion's belt now appear closer together when viewed from the pyramid's base. Measurably so. Neshi finds you again, holding a bit of bread he's forgotten to eat. I checked the elevation poles, he says. They're all 1 cubit too short now. You blink. Are we shrinking? No, he says. I think the world is changing around us. By evening, a faint band of light, not sunset, not moonlight, begins to shimmer above the Ben. It's nearly invisible unless you squint. A vertical shimmer, like heat rising from polished stone. And the birds won't fly over it. You watch as a heron approaches wings wide and veers sharply away, letting out a piercing screech. Not out of fear, out of instinct. That night, the priests burn incense beside the pyramid. Not to cleanse it, but to mark it. They leave trails of smoke around each corner, mapping its invisible pulses. The smoke drifts in spirals you've never seen before. You and Nishi sit by the fire, later watching the stars. I don't think it's just us anymore, you say. He nods. I think it never was. You sleep uneasily. Your dreams no longer filled with visions but geometry. Lines, grids, shapes that fold and unfold, revealing corridors you've never walked. And a voice you still can't hear, but that you know is getting closer. The pyramid no longer feels like stone. It feels like language. And something somewhere is beginning to respond. You wake before dawn to silence. Not the peaceful, sand-hugged hush of the desert, but a held breath, as if the air itself is waiting. Even the fire pits from last night's watch still smolder untouched. No wind, no birds, just the weight of expectation. You step outside your tent and look up. Above the pyramid, the shimmer from yesterday has intensified. Not brighter, just sharper, a narrow thread of light, rising straight into the sky, visible only when your eyes stop trying to understand it. Like the moment between blinks, where you catch a shape and forget how to name it. You're called once again, not to build, not to haul, but to witness. At the pyramid's eastern base, a procession has formed. Not royal, not religious, but universal. Workers, priests, children, scribes. Even the stubborn old copper grinder has shown up rubbing his hands as though waiting for something he's known all along. At the head of the crowd, the dream reader stands silently. No words, no fanfare. He simply raises a hand toward the pyramid, and the Ben begins to hum. It's not loud. It's not even musical. Its presence made audible. A vibration so pure it blurs the line between sound and sensation. Your teeth buzz, your vision narrows, and the stone beneath your feet feels suddenly warm alive. The pyramid hums back, not the whole structure, just its capstone and the inner chambers. The coffer, the shafts, the corridors. Each one adds a note like a choir made of precision-cut limestone, and then the light above it begins to move, upward. Not quickly, not showy. Just a steady vertical motion, like a signal rising through layers of sky. It disappears into the heavens unseen past a certain height, but you feel it still traveling on and on. The hum ceases, and the crowd remains silent. No one claps, no one cheers, because they all feel it too. Something has received the message. Historians still debate the symbolic meaning of pyramid rituals. In some inscriptions, pyramids are described as ladders for the king, allowing the pharaoh to ascend to the stars. Others believe the pyramid's purpose was to unite Earth and Skyman and Cosmos. A few radical voices have always whispered of activation of the pyramid as a device, not a tomb. The dream reader lowers his hand and finally speaks, his voice dry as the sand. It has begun. You and Nishi find yourselves climbing the ramps again, this time not to haul, but to feel. The stone is warmer now, not just sun warm, internally warm, as if a heartbeat lives somewhere inside. Near the top, you see that the mirror's smooth sides, polished long ago with powdered stone, have begun to shine again, reflecting not just the sun, but something behind the sun. A shimmer that doesn't move with the daylight. As you rest against a block, your palm feels the faintest ticking beneath it. Not mechanical, rhythmic, like the gears of an idea turning under stone. That night, the sky's impossibly clear. Stars blaze like they did when you were a child, and still thought the gods lived in the belt of Orion. You stare upward, waiting for another sign, another crack in the stars, another shape. But what comes instead is a shadow, a subtle darkening, not overhead, but out in the desert. West, where no dunes should shift this late at night. You squint, shapes, tall, angular, motionless, like pillars or people. You turn to point them out, but when you look again, gone, nothing. Just wind through old footprints. You return to your tent in silence, too alert to sleep, too overwhelmed to speak. And as you lie down, the earth below hums again. 3 slow pulses, and then you hear, not with ears, but with mind, a wordless tone that feels like a question. Not are you ready, but are you listening? You do not answer. You simply breathe and wait. You rise just before first light, though the sky has yet to shift from black to blue. The air feels charged, like the moments before a thunderstorm that never comes. There is no wind. The fire pits are cold. The workers, usually murmuring in the dawn haze, are already in formation, waiting. Not to build, not to move, not to pray. Just to be here. You find Neshi standing at the base of the pyramid, staring up at the Ben, as if seeing it for the first time. It's listening again, he says, voice almost lost in the vastness. Or maybe it's remembering. You nod because it feels true. Today you're not assigned to any task. No rope to pull, no stone to sand, no scrolls to deliver. Instead, you're allowed to climb, not with purpose, not as a laborer, but as a witness. You and a small group are told to walk the full length of the causeway from the valley temple up to the summit, as if someone or something wants you to understand the shape of what's been made. The walk is long. Every step feels ceremonial. Each block beneath your feet has a story, a strain, a song. And as you ascend the ramps and terraces, past the shimmering limestone and the towering geometry, you begin to feel it again. The alignment, not just of stone, but of space. The pyramid no longer feels like it sits upon the earth. It feels inserted into it, like a keystone in a vault. At the summit, the Ben awaits, no longer humming, no longer pulsing, just quiet, perfectly unsettlingly quiet. But even in that stillness, you sense its completion, the kind of silence that only comes after the words are spoken, after the bell has rung, after the message has flown far and wide to ears you may never see. And perhaps that was the point. Historians continue to debate what truly drove the construction of the Great Pyramid. Was it divine tribute, eternal honor for a king, a symbolic rebirth of the cosmos? Some say it was always about legacy, not of pharaohs, but of thought. A message carved in stone meant not for the dead, but for the future. As the sun finally breaks over the eastern hills, the light hits the capstone perfectly. Just once for a brief second, the pyramid casts no shadow. And in that moment, everything aligns. Yuan Neshi descends slowly, neither of you speaking. Others come behind you, scribes, priests, old workers who helped set the first stones, all with the same quiet expression. They too felt it. Whatever the pyramid was meant to be, it is now whole. Later that day, you gather around the evening fire. No one tries to explain. No one retells what happened. Instead, you share flatbread and date wine and stare at the now silent monument under the stars. Some say the pyramid changed nothing, but you know better. It changed you. And somewhere across the distances, the human eye cannot trace something else, now knows that Earth has spoken. So now, as the fires burn low and the stone giants rest in silence, you lie back on your sleeping mat, eyes half-lidded, the taste of warm desert air still on your tongue. The pyramid looms in the distance, quiet, immense, unblinking. Its work is done, or perhaps only paused, waiting patiently for another age to finish a conversation still echoing through the stars. The sand cools beneath you, shifting gently like the desert tucking you in with its softest winds. You let your breath fall into rhythm with a calm, distant pulse you no longer hear, but still feel somewhere deep inside your chest, where the stone met the sky and whispered the old names back into the universe. The stars twinkle above, familiar and strange, just as they always have. Maybe they're listening now. Maybe they always were. And if you close your eyes, just so you might feel it again, that low hum, that subtle vibration that once rang from capstone to cosmos. Not a noise, not a voice, just a presence, a memory gently unfolding. Sleep comes easily now. You are weightless, floating in a lattice of light and stone and time. The pyramid is still there, but it no longer holds your thoughts. You are drifting beyond it, guided by silence, wrapped in shadows that know your name. And all around you, the desert breathes, sweet dreams